Good morning. I extend a warm welcome to all who are presenting at this one-day event. OpenCiencia continuously carries out international events inviting experts to share their knowledge and experience with researchers, students, professors, and editorial teams. OpenCiencia, in cooperation with other institutions, is pleased to bring you the third International Conference on Peer-Reviewed Scholarly Publishing. This event is organized by OpenCiencia, the Social and Human Science Faculty of South Colombian University, and the Research Center for Human Development and Society. From the South Colombian University, today is joining Zulma Cepeda, the current Dean of the Social and Human Science Faculty. Zulma is going to provide a few words to our audience.
Thank you, Dr. Aguilera, for letting me speak. Dear presenters and attendees, on behalf of the Faculty of Social and Human Sciences, we are excited to have you join us today at this important academic event. Let me tell you that the South Colombian University, since its foundation in 1970, has been guiding and leading the comprehensive, human, and critical training of professionals and researchers. This work is based on disciplinary, interdisciplinary, and multicultural knowledge. Currently, South Colombian University is responsible for publishing 13 scholarly journals, one of which is published by the Faculty of Social and Human Sciences. In addition, 9 research groups are leading research projects at the faculty. In our faculty, we believe that the impact of scholarly journals on facilitating the dissemination of scientific knowledge and filtering for errors is fundamental for the academic community. Likewise, scholarly journals have a special role in keeping the record of scientific advances. However, this is not an easy task. For this reason, we believe that it is critical that editors-in-chief and the rest of the editorial team continuously participate in discussions, events, and trainings to improve their skills, knowledge, and proficiency in the editorial work. We highly appreciate the hard work that OpenCiencia, as a sponsoring organization of Crossref, is doing on preparing these events by inviting world-renowned scholars. Likewise, we believe that we should continue to strengthen the crucial work done by editorial teams around the world and especially in the Latin American region.
Thank you, Zulma. We appreciate the effort of South Colombian University on enhancing the work of editorial teams. For sure, it's not an easy endeavor. The third International Conference on Peer-Reviewed Scholarly Publishing is a biennial international event concerning the issues on peer-reviewed scholarly publishing. In this year's event, we aim to focus on the current practices on peer-reviewed scholarly publishing. In other words, the practices involved in the editorial workflow, the issues during the peer review process, decisions that are made, and so on. It's an honor to have well-renowned experts presenting at this conference. Concerning our first presentation, it will be held in English language. We apologize to our speaking Spanish attendees since we are not going to provide simultaneous interpretation during the conference. As happens in all our events, we might experience some technical difficulties. We apologize in advance for any inconvenience or delay in our program. Please note the following instructions. During the presentation, you can type your questions in the chat. We require you to type your questions in English language. The questions will be read to the presenters during the Q&A session. Practices in peer-reviewed scholarly journals might affect the quality of editorial projects. Although the Committee on Publication Ethics, the director of Open Access Journals, the Open Access Scholarly Publishing Association, and the World Association of Medical Editors have recommended several best practices, not all editorial projects are aligned with them. Therefore, it's important to address these current practices. Within the medical domain, there is a leading publication platform for early career scientist medical research. It is the International Journal of Medical Students. Our first presenter at the conference is Dr. Francisco Bonilla, who is the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Medical Students. We are pleased that Dr. Bonilla is joining us at the event. Dr. Bonilla is going to present the topic titled Current Practices in the International Journal of Medical Students. One of our colleagues, Carla, has prepared a video introducing him. Let's proceed to watch the video.
Welcome back, colleagues. OpenCiencia is pleased to have renowned presenters from around the globe at the 3rd International Conference on Peer-Reviewed Scholarly Publishing. Practices in peer-reviewed scholarly journals are, to some extent, predictable following the publishing workflow. However, these practices might differ from one journal to another. As regards medical research, there are scholarly journals that deal with submissions made by students. Therefore, we have invited an expert on this topic, Dr. Francisco Bonilla, who is going to orientate us about the practices implemented in the International Journal of Medical Students. Dr. Francisco Bonilla-Escobar holds a medical doctor degree from Del Valle University in Colombia. Additionally, in 2013, he obtained a master's in science degree in epidemiology from Del Valle University. In 2015, he moved to Pittsburgh, United States, to continue his studies and has been pursuing a Ph.D. in clinical research and translational science at the University of Pittsburgh. Throughout his career, Dr. Bonilla-Escobar has worked as a researcher, academic, and physician. In 2011, he joined Cisalva Institute as a research assistant, later becoming a research coordinator and subsequently an associate researcher. From 2014 to 2015, Dr. Bonilla-Escobar worked as an emergency department physician at Clínica Blanca in Cali, Colombia. After relocating to the United States in 2015, he became an associate research fellow at the Division of Trauma and Surgery at the University of Pittsburgh. In 2016, he assumed the role of coordinator of the diabetic retinopathy screening program under the direction of Dr. Evan Waxman, overseeing the program's growth from screening 600 patients per year to almost 9,000 over 3 years. In 2020, Dr. Bonilla-Escobar was granted a graduate research fellowship at the Vision Institute at Sorbonne University, France. However, the fellowship was interrupted by the pandemic. Regarding Dr. Bonilla-Escobar's experience, he has been involved in quantitative and qualitative program evaluation, implementation research, and research based on secondary data analysis for more than 10 years. His areas of expertise include epidemiology and public health, focusing on projects related to violence and injuries, road safety, and mental health. Concerning Dr. Bonilla-Escobar's projects, in 2016, he founded the Xisco Foundation, a research organization aimed at building research capacity in healthcare in low- and middle-income countries, especially in Latin America. Since 2012, Dr. Bonilla-Escobar has served as the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Medical Students, coordinating teams of editors and medical students worldwide. Dr. Bonilla-Escobar has published almost 100 papers in reputable scholarly journals, with research interests in the areas of injuries and violence, epidemiology, public and global health, and ophthalmology. Dr. Bonilla is today with us presenting the topic called Current Practices in the International Journal of Medical Students. Please welcome Dr. Bonilla.
Good morning, Dr. Bonilla. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
I will let you share your screen right now.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for inviting me today. Thank you to the South Colombian University for this invitation. My name is Francisco Bonilla, and I am the editor-in-chief of the International Journal of Medical Students. Today, I stand here with a lot of enthusiasm and pride as we delve into this pivotal aspect of the International Journal of Medical Students, our unwavering commitment and distinctive approach to open science. In an era marked by rapid evolution of scientific inquiry, evolution and changes in the editorial process, changes in publishing companies, changing in publishing policies. Now with the AI era, we must be prepared for what is coming towards us as authors, editors, reviewers, etc. And so it's a pleasure to join you today. Thank you again for the invitation. We're going to talk a little bit about how the journal works and our approach to the editorial process. So there is a lack of physician scientists, and this is because there is a leaky pipeline of medical scientists. And this is because of several different reasons, including lack of resources, lack of proper training, lack of mentors that know how to publish, and also lack of opportunities, among others. And this not only goes into the medical field, but is seen in every other field of science. And it starts even before medical training. And so if we think about high school dropout, preschool dropouts. So there is leaking there towards the goal of training the next generation of scientists. Then it comes medical school. We also have leakage in this pipeline in medical school. Then advanced training, if the people decides to take the path of research, for example. If not, people will go into clinic, and so we will lose them there. Then researchers, and then PIs. And we see people getting frustrated by the amount of work that a funding organization requires, or the amount of work administrative work that a researcher has to do or a PI has to do, and it needs to forget about the actual research. And so we just see how this leaks over and over and over until we just get just a few people doing research. And there is also other issues that we have explored in the past in our research, and is that research is often taught in ways that are non-replicable or not easy to do because there is a flaw in the medical education system. So we are teach how to do research, teaching us how to calculate the chi-square formula or how to calculate a 95% confidence interval. But this doesn't work. This doesn't help people. Because there is no real applicability into the fact of knowing the formula that the expected values or the observed values divided by the expected values will give us a number that is going to be organized in a table of chi-square values based on our degrees of freedom. And that doesn't translate to anything to an early career researcher. And so better ways to teach are required. There is also these incentives when attempting to publish. And so this includes the lack of reliable places to publish, and also a huge amount of lack of knowledge. And so in the imaginary of early career researchers, it is very important to think about the quality of the article that we're publishing, but also the quality of where we are going to publish. We have here this thing about the impact factor. We have here this thing about the Q scores or Q percentile. And so in what Q range is this journal. But this, at the end, for science, this doesn't matter. If your article is strong enough and you get published in a Q4 journal, you will still get your Nobel Prize if your research is changing science and medicine or the area of knowledge that you're working on. If you publish in a journal that is not Q1, but Q2, Q3, or Q2 or Q4, still, if that is worth it, the research will be acknowledged that way. And so these imaginaries also play a role into what is happening with publication. The relevance, of course, of the research also plays an impact in, are we getting this published or not, or are we gonna get into a career in a scientific area? Because there is funding also that is distributed unequally among different sciences. And so this is another topic also, of course. And again, education, we are not educated about where to publish, how to publish, what is an editor, what editors do, how is peer review. And I can continue talking about just how we lack physician scientists. And I apologize if I am just focusing on medicine after this next slide, but you know, the journal that I'm working on is the Medical Students Journal. And so this is what I know of mostly. I don't know, something happened with my slides that they got disconfigured, but it's not on you, it's on me, I promise. And so the IJMS history, a little bit of history. So the journal was funded after the 27th International Scientific Congress of the Latin American Federation of Medical Students and Scientific Societies. This happened in 2009, where 3 medical students, 2 from Colombia, 1 from Peru, they got together and they discussed the lack of a journal that was global, that was in English, that will help medical students to get their articles published. There were other experiences, there were other journals that will be publishing medical students' work, but they will be limited in language, so for example, only in Spanish, or they will be limited by the university or by the country. And so that wasn't global. So they decided to start a journal. And in a couple of days later, in 2009, the IJMS started. And so we have become the oldest uninterrupted global medical student journal. And I say oldest uninterrupted because this is a fact that we observe in medical student journals. As they run the journals, the students get always busy with exams, with the intern year, and so it is complicated to maintain a journal continuously active without interruption with this when students are in training. We have found a loop into this process of being a journal for medical students as we created a new position recently called the student editor-in-chief, where we can maintain the journal near the students, but the main responsibility of the journal still is carried by a professional, by a doctor, by a researcher, by an editor. I'm not saying that I am fully trained in editing. We are learning every day something. But with somebody outside medical school, keeping the journal alive is easier than somebody that is in med school and then is repeating this cycle of the risk of interrupting the publication, because this is vital for a journal, not interrupting the publications. And so we found that loop and we went through it with that idea. And this is how we have reached this outcome. And we know this by evidence. Medical student journals start and then out of the blue or suddenly they just pause their publication. And it is sad because this is hurting research too. There are several different ways that we are doing and we are collaborating with this hurting process of research. And one of them is starting new journals that are going nowhere. And so there was a recent example, and I am sad to need to mention that, but a country just did a couple of years ago, they did, we worked there, we collaborated with them, and they created a new journal for medical students there. It published 2 issues, the articles are nowhere to be found, and the journal is not active anymore. And it was a national journal. And so the articles that these students publish in that journal are gone, for example. And the journal per se is also nowhere to be found. And so trusting journals is a difficult process. And now with the predatory system, it becomes more difficult. And so this is why we have this magnificent organization called the IJMS, where we have worked over 10 years publishing 4 issues per year. We have a humongous editorial board, over 100 people from 6 different continents. We have students from Africa, from Europe, from America, from Australia, and we all collaborate in different steps of the editorial process. And I'm going to dig in that in a little bit. So this is our first volume, and it was published again back in 2003. Back in the day, we were inviting artists to have them in the cover of the journal. We found that was a little bit too much extra work, because it wasn't easy to find the artists willing to give us the right to publish their work in the journal. And so we decided to stop that and just continue with a more formal cover. But this was a beautiful example of how excited we were at the beginning, and how this transformed into this huge machinery of publication that is the IJMS nowadays. At the beginning, we were publishing 3 issues per year. Now we publish 4 issues per year and a supplement book every year that includes abstracts of the abstracts of the organizations that participate with us or collaborate with us and with medical students conferences. And so we gather their abstracts and we publish them in an abstract book. We collaborate with several different organizations of medical students with a similar aim like us, trying to promote medical students publication. And so we partner with them to publish their abstract books. And we have partnered with organizations again in Brazil, in Europe, in Spain, in Colombia. And more recently, we started doing our own research conference. So we also found another gap, and it was that medical students don't have a place to present their research that is globally open. And so we will talk about that in a little bit. And so our aim is to amplify the voices of medical students globally who are actively engaged in research, making valuable contributions to the advancement of medicine. And in the realm of scholarly publishing, various models define how research articles are disseminated, accessed, and financed. So the two primary publication models are the traditional subscription-based model and the open access model. And so the traditional subscription-based model requires readers or institutions to pay for access to articles, and subscribers, typically academic institutions or individuals, pay fees or subscription in charges to access the content. This model often limits access to those who can afford, so hindering the widespread dissemination of knowledge. On the other hand, and you have probably heard about these open access models, a more contemporary approach and inclusive provides unrestricted access to research articles online. So authors, institutions, or funding bodies cover the cost. Authors, institutions, and funding bodies. The cost associated with publishing, making the content freely accessible to anyone who wants it. So open access helps us foster readability, visibility, accessibility to research. But there are different areas of open access. As you can see here, we have gold open access, green open access, and diamond open access. And gold open access is basically where the author pays a fee to get his article or her or they or article published. Green open access has a similar pattern. somebody has to pay for it, or it requires an embargo from the journal and then it's released later, and Diamond Open Access. And the IJMS is probably carrying the flag of Diamond Open Access. And what Diamond Open Access means is that nobody has to pay. No authors, no readers, no institutions for the content that we're publishing. And there are several journals in the world that follow the Diamond Open Access philosophy. But there are also journals that hide behind this gold open access, and also the name gold, I think, is terrible too for the academia. They hide behind this gold open access to overcharge authors or institutions for the work that they do when publishing an article. And let me tell you something. They hide behind the ignorance of the critics of the system. And for example, they will say that it is too expensive to have a server. It is too expensive to have a platform. It is too expensive to have people managing peer reviewing. It is too expensive to have the article from Word to be moved into a diagramming platform that could be also Word, make it a PDF, make it HTML so we can see it online, and make it XML so we can see it in PubMed. And then publish the article and, I don't know, do social media or post it somewhere else. And this is an industry that has cost. I cannot deny that, the fact. We have cost. The International Journal of Medical Students, we receive around between 300 and 500 articles per year. We have an assistant manager who receives every article and does an initial screening process. Then we have our publisher, who is the University Library Assistant of the University of Pittsburgh, and we cover the expenses of the publisher, but our publisher is a nonprofit publisher. And then we also pay for the conversion of our Word files to HTML and XML, so our authors can have access in different platforms to their work, or our readers can have access to the articles in different platforms. Other work, the editor-in-chief, the associate editors, the peer reviewers, the diagrammers, all of that work is volunteer work. And we can pay also for somebody to do the diagramming part, but it is inexpensive in comparison with what these organizations are charging. And so our budget is around $6,000 to $10,000 a year. I hope you know that Gold Open Access publisher, some of them, and probably most of them, are for-profit organizations, and they are making profits, revenues in the levels of $2 billion US. And so, but who is paying for this? Authors, society. We are paying for this. And how we say society? This is because funding organizations, like for example, let's go to Colombia. So Colombia has a Ministry of Science, which is called M.Sc. M.Sc will pay for a project. A researcher makes a proposal, and M.Sc is going to pay for the project. And in the budget, the author includes publication. And the publication budget is not $500. It's not $1,000. It's not even $2,000. It's between $3,000 and $4,000 for publishing an article. An article that is processed by volunteers, that is reviewed by volunteers. Yes, the journal is going to pay a platform where to publish, diagramming the article, the server, conversion of the article, and the other money goes to the pockets of a few. So this is a dangerous practice within healthcare, within science mostly, because when money is involved, there is a disparity there, and authors from places that cannot afford open access, first, don't have access to the literature because they don't have a way to pay. Their libraries are not paying, the universities are not paying, or they cannot just simply cannot pay for the article. But second, researchers cannot publish in these articles, in these journals. And so making science losing apart. You know, if I am writing a research project and then I try to publish my article and I don't have access to some of the literature because it's protected behind a cost that I cannot afford, then my research is going to be incomplete because I won't be able to discuss with other authors these results that I got, trying to move forward science a little bit more. And so the IGMS is doing Diamond Open Access, and we will continue doing Diamond Open Access. This is fully funded by donations. There are other organizations, for example, the New England Journal of Medicine, that works with subscription also, for example, but they don't charge authors to submit their articles. Most of journals that are fully Diamond Open Access are funded by their organization. They are backed up by an organization. And so this organization covers the cost. So for example, the Colombian Journal of Surgery is a fully open access Diamond journal. And they have been working over 100 years publishing work of surgeons in the country and internationally too. And they are not blocking this right to people to access research. And so this is very important because we are in an era where knowledge is moving way faster. And with AI, we're going to be moving even more faster. And so if authors don't have access to the literature, the science is going to be advancing, but it's going to advance in a biased manner. So our approach to the editorial process, first, we have the authors making a submission, we have editor and section editors, and we have a journal manager, reviewers, copy editors, layout editors, and proofreaders. And so everything starts with the submission. And so the authors upload the files to the journal and enters the metadata for indexing in the platform. And we require several different checklists for the authors to submit an article to IGMS, including the fact that one of the authors must be a medical student or a recently graduated physician that has to be accompanied by a professional researcher or a faculty with experience in the topic, so this can guarantee the quality of the work. Then once the article is received, we have an assistant manager of the journal who analyze the article for adherence to the norms, but also for plagiarism. And then the article is sent to the editor-in-chief, who assigns the article to section editors or student editors. Then from here, the article can take several different pathways. One is, of course, the submission goes to review. And so we have an innovative approach that I'm going to go over a little bit later, but we have 2 stages of revisions besides the rounds of revisions. And so let's say that the rounds are here, the stages are here. And so the first stage is student editors who can have several rounds of revisions with the author, and they are helping to check the quality of the work initially. And then the external peer reviewers, who are professionals, people with publications in PubMed that volunteer to review in the journal. And so we ask them to review the articles in a second stage of revision after the article has been approved by the students. And so it's in a different league, it's in with different quality. And we also have the journal manager, who is always paying attention of the timing of what is happening with the submissions, how are they doing, are they delayed, etc. And between the editor, the section editor, or the journal manager of the editor-in-chief, we select this group of student editors or the external peer reviewers. And then there is a decision of review. The review is conducted, and so it goes back and forth between the authors and the editorial team. And we send back the feedback to the author. There is more down these pathways, but I just wanted to stop here so you can have a glimpse of how is a normal editorial process. A submission, the submission is added to the queue, and the editor assigns to review. The journal manager keeps an eye on everything. The reviewers are selected, the revisions are conducted, and then the articles proceeds to decline or acceptance or revisions. But what happened in the IJMS? So the students start with a research project, and they have to go over the same things as any other researcher in the world. They need to have an IRB. They need to have a protocol design before the IRB. They need to collect the data, do the research, do the data accumulation and data analysis. Then they need to write up their article. And so their article needs to be sound. So we always advise to have a mentor with the student, so the article is feasible and is viable to be published. And then once the article is submitted, we have these, as I was telling you, these stages of revision. And so our first stage is student editors. But who are student editors? So student editors are medical students, resident physicians, early career physicians who are voluntarily working in the IJMS, who has gone through a series of steps in training to become student editors. And so we open a call for applicants every year. And so it's a good opportunity to call for applicants. We are opening our call for applicants next week, actually. And people need to send their CV, a letter of motivation, and a timetable availability. So we analyze all these things. We receive over 100 applicants every year. And we are focused on leadership, research experience, research work, volunteer experiences to select this team of people. But they are just pre-selected. They need to go over a series of trainings to be able to start reviewing for our journal. And so the next step is the Web of Science Academia, which is an open access platform for free for all, where you can be trained online in how to do peer review and how to do ethical processing in research, how to conduct citations, and even they have a module that is peer reviewing with a mentor. So we ask our student editors to complete all these courses and send us the certificates. Once they are done with the Web of Science courses, they are subscribed into the Committee on Publication Ethics that the IJMA is also part of, and they are required to carry out the courses of COPE in publication ethics. So they will get familiar with publication ethics too. Once they have done that, they are in a 3-month testing period where we check their commitment to the reviews, where we work with them to improve their revisions. We want them to be kind. We want them to be more than peer reviewers, expert scientific researchers or reviewers. And so we ask our student editors to handle the article as if this was your colleague asking you for a favor to review their article. And so we ask them to check accuracy, how references are made, is the English correct? Any flaws that the article has, we ask the student editors to process them and help the authors to get them better. And this is the first stage, and first round of revisions is carried out by our student editors. They send back a response, and the associate editor or the editor-in-chief or the section editor or the scientific editor or the PhD editor, we handle the reviews from the student editors, we give our own feedback, and we send it back to the authors. I have seen this in the past once only, the Journal of Conflict and Medicine. This editor Marion Birch. It's an amazing human and an amazing editor. This person will hold your hand and help you get your article published if they see the value in the article. We do that in most of the articles that arrive to the journal. We help the authors to get their article in the best shape possible. We go the extra mile with our authors, meaning that if we see that the article requires more data analysis or a stronger analysis, we help the authors with that analysis. And this could take a lot of people by surprise, but not everywhere in the world people have statisticians available to do their analysis. And so it's a common practice that we don't have statisticians. And so we help students to get their analysis. It could take longer in the editorial process because we are very busy too. But we try to help people to get their articles out the door. And after the student editors and the editors are happy with the level of the article that is ready to move on into the next step, then we assign the article to external reviewers. So the article needs to pass round 1, which is with the student editors. It could be round 2, round 3. The student editors are not still happy with it. And then it can be moved into external reviews. Of course, in this process, it can be also declined. If the article contains plagiarism and is above 10% of plagiarism, the article gets rejected. If it's below 10%, and this is because our journal, the assistant manager of the journal is not a physician. And so this person don't handle completely accurately the process of plagiarism. And so we want these articles to be analyzed by the student editors if they are above 10%, below 10%. If they're above 10%, we decline them immediately. The author, of course, has the chance to review our decision, and we can discuss it, we can analyze better. But this is for the sake of our own mental health. We have so many articles. We are very busy too, and nobody's being paid. So we need to find filters to make this more effective. And so that's one of the ways. But of course, authors are allowed to resubmit after the rejection decision if it's in a desk rejection, if it's done by the journal assistant manager. And of course, the student editors can suggest declines the submission, and the external peer reviewers can suggest decline the submission, and we mostly follow those. But the final decision about a rejection is on the editor-in-chief and the executive board, which is formed by the deputy editor and the scientific editor. The final decision of publication of an issue is within the editorial board of the journal. So we have an editorial board, which is composed by researchers that are PIs, that are well-renowned researchers. And so they are the ones that have the last words in if we are publishing or not an article. And so this is the innovative process that we call in the IJMS on how we peer review our articles. We have this published in our own journal, and we engage students because we are aiming also to train the next generation of medical editors in the world. And so as you can see, we are not just selecting people because they have publications, but we are selecting people that we are training for a year to become the next generation of editors, because they're going to be peer reviewers, they're going to be editors, they're going to be authors. And we help with their training in the journal. And a student editor can have around 1 or 2 articles per month. So in total, our student editors will be reviewing around 20 and 30 articles per year, which is substantial. And so the training that we provide, we hope that is helping. We haven't been able to measure the impact, but we know that our student editors, we have our list of alumni since we started, and we know where they are right now, and they are in amazing positions. Of course, these are leaders that are applying, so the indirect effect of the journal has on them has teach them probably a lot of soft skills, but that's helpful for science from our perspective too. So our editorial process in numbers, as you just hear, the original articles undergo at least 2 stages of peer reviews, the student editors. We assign 3 of them. They are reviewing under the Web of Science guidelines. So the Web of Science courses have a Web of Science guidelines, and they use those to guide the revision. And we teach them also to do a sandwich review. So they start with something positive, they go over the weaknesses of the article, and then they finish with something positive and encouraging. And they can be reassigned, so this can go in a loop until we say, okay, the article is ready to be rejected or to move forward. And in those steps of revision, the articles are also, we send feedback to the authors. So we expect them also to get some feedback from us in case that they want to publish their article elsewhere. And so we are not just saying decline. If the article goes into the student editor's hands, it needs to go home with some feedback so the author can strengthen their article and probably get it published in a more local student journal. External peer reviews, we assign 6 to 8 authors with research indexed in PubMed. So our external peer reviews are volunteers too, but also we look for them in PubMed Central, looking for help to get articles reviewed. And so we assign 6 to 8 to get at least 2 responses. Every article has to be reviewed at least by 2 people. And I mean external peer reviewers, because the student editors is another story. Every article has to be reviewed by them, at least 2 of them, but we ask for 3. And so 2 external peer reviewers have to wait in the article for the article to be accepted. And they can be reassigned so that the article can go and a long process with them. So these are monthly file views, and I selected file because this is the real looking inside the journal. You know, like if we talk about monthly abstract looks, anybody can read an abstract, but looking at the files is what is actually, I think, impact. And as you can see, this is just statistics from the last 5 years or so. And so the journal has been growing steadily in the last 10 years, I mean. In October, last month, we got over 14,000 file views. And in terms of abstracts, we got about 20,000 abstract views. But I think this is more accurate. And as you can see, there are peaks in this trend, and it's because it's when we publish each issue, people get excited about the information and goes into the journal. And these are file views or editorial trends. So for example, in terms of submissions, our submissions are also have been growing steadily. And these editorial trends is only about original articles, short communications, reviews, and case reports. And so we are receiving around 300 articles in the last couple of years. Our decision rates in the last 4 years. So let's start with acceptance rates. Our acceptance rates have gone down to 4% in terms of original articles. Or rejection rate, which is the counterpart of the acceptance rate, about 96%, up to 96%. The desk rejection rate has increased a lot, and this keeps this process of the authors are not following the norms. This is one of the main reasons for rejection of articles, that the authors are not following the norms of the journals. And you know, the highest the impact of the journal, the more strict is the journal with their norms. I was reading last night the New England Journal of Medicine statistical requirements for publications or submissions. And I was so overwhelmed by the amount of process and steps that they require, that we need to do a better work in terms of training our scientific community and our students. Low and middle income countries are in a great disadvantage. We compare them with what is happening in high income countries where they have statisticians, as I was saying, but we can get there. We can get there. There are publications from low income countries in the New England Journal of Medicine. We can do that. But teaching people how to submit, teaching people to read instructions is very important. It's critical. And then after review rejection, we have gone from 55 to 24%. after review rejections. So these two decisions, this is very important for people because they want their articles to be out as fast as they can, but we are dealing with articles that require a lot of work. And so our days to submissions are around 300 and 200 days. We said that it takes around 4 to 6 months to get a decision, and days to rejection, they have gone down. So we are processing faster the rejected articles, so they can come back better, or they can go to another art journal better. And so what are reasons to reject articles? So among them, we have lack of originality, like a study that is repetitive, with poor methodology, with an inadequate literature review, with weak structure or clarity, without the proper formatting, with ethical concerns, out of scope for the journal. So, for example, if somebody's trying to publish a letter to the editor that is not related to the journal, then we don't publish that. But we publish everything in the field of medicine. So basic science, clinical science, anything is welcome. Language issues, we work with the authors in the language issues, so we don't reject articles because they are poorly written, unless there is no way that we can work with the article anymore. And so we suggest authors to look for a friend, to look for somebody to proofread the article so we can work with it better. And it's a complicated situation because we want to help everybody to get their articles published, but with the trends of submissions that we're going, with the amount of work that we need to carry out, it's become complicated to help everybody to get their articles out. This is our website. It's igms.info, and so we publish our journal in something called Open Journal System, which is a free platform available for everybody, and so we are not charged for using a platform. So every journal can have OJS, and the publisher is responsible for this. The publisher is responsible for the server. And our publisher, again, is the University of Pittsburgh Library System, and they charge only $1,000 to publish to store and host a journal. So they know all the pros, all the perks, all the little details about how to host a journal and how to publish it, and they just charge $1,000 for hosting a journal. They do a peer review process of the journal. So to apply, there is an application process. They're not going to publish any journal. And they make sure that the journal is open access diamond. And so this was a little glimpse of our website. That was our table of content too. And we publish editorials, original research, case report, reviews, interviews, letters to the editors, and experiences of medical students around the globe. As I was just saying, all types of publications. Our editorial team is all over the globe. You will be amazed by how many people is willing to learn and to be part of a journal like ours. And they are everywhere in the world. And we also have we recently started to do the IJMS World Conference of Medical Students Research. Our next edition is in October 26 in 2024. And we have done 2 already. They are fully available on YouTube. Students from all over the world are welcome to submit their abstracts. We are the cheapest conference in the world to participate. And so we have a fee of $10 for students to participate, to submit their articles, their abstracts, and to present in the conference. We also give awards to the top 10 and for the best abstract, the best presentations, the most voted by the public. We accept every area of research except protocols or systematic or narrative reviews of the literature. And this is it. Thank you so much for having me. In conclusion, the International Journal of Medical Students is unwavering in its commitment to open science, embodying a philosophy that transcends traditional boundaries in scholarly communication. Our dedication to transparency, collaboration, and accessibility underscores our mission to amplify the voices of medical students worldwide. As we navigate this ever-evolving landscape of scientific research, IJMS proudly embraced the principle of open science, fostering an environment where knowledge knows no constraints by breaking down barriers and promoting inclusivity. We empower the community of medical students and aspiring medical professionals to engage, contribute, and shape the future of medical science. In closing, the IJMS team invites you to join us in the transformative journey. Let us collectively champion open science. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Bonilla. It's very interesting to see the work that you do. And just let me zoom out. Well, actually, it's very interesting to have associate students, editors working, assessing the submissions. However, it's just a question. Are there conflicts of interest having student editors reviewing the submissions? Do you have this kind of issues, or do you prefer that they assess they check the suitability of the papers submitted to the journal?
So thank you so much again for the invitation and for the question. So student editors do have a holistic review of the article. And so they go over, let me see if I can show it back here. They go over here. So they check formatting, referencing, novelty, readability, and accuracy of the article. And they do it with their training as researchers, because we tend to select those that already have a publication to be part of our student editor team. Next year, we are changing that into having two teams of student editors, in training student editors and trained student editors. And so the in-train team is going to be people without publications that is willing to learn more. And so they don't assess the scientific accuracy as much as we want, but we push them forward to know what they're doing in terms of, this is medical science, and you're a student, you have to know about that. So if they get an article about malaria, they need to know about malaria. If they get an article about genetic disease, they need to know about genetics, because they are the ones that are studying the field, actually. And so we want them to look into that, and they have the tools too. They can go to PubMed and they can check if this is very novel or if it has been already said or not. But we left that voice to the external peer reviewers, experts with publications in the topic of the article. And so that's why it's so difficult to find peer reviewers, and that's why we have a big pool of peer reviewers, because the article needs to be, if the article is in epigenetics of pancreatic cancer, we need to find a researcher that has done research in epigenetics of pancreatic cancer to weigh into the decision of that article. So the student editors are not experts on the topic, but they have to know, because this is medicine and we all need to know medicine.
Okay, that's very interesting. What about the practices with peer reviewers? Does the publisher reward them in some extent, or their collaboration is free of charge?
I'm having troubles hearing you, but our publisher is part of the University of Pittsburgh library system. And so, they are the University of Pittsburgh library system. So they are nonprofit. They charge us yearly to host the journal. We have our own website, but they can provide you with everything: their website, the hosting, the domain, the server. They also go the extra mile, and they review before publication everything that we're going to publish to make sure that the metadata, it's fine. They don't have anything to do with the editorial process, so they don't they don't weigh in or they don't say anything about the articles that we publish. We are independent. But they are also responsible for getting the journal indexed. And so they have submitted our PubMed application or Web of Science application or M.Sc application and any other indexing platforms that we want to be indexed. We are not yet indexed in PubMed. We already applied 2 years ago. We are reapplying in the next year. We were very happy with the results of the revision. It was a good feedback, and we are going to work towards that in the near future.
Okay, that's interesting. My question was about rewarding peer reviewers, like paying them or giving some kind of recognition. But I think the majority of scholarly journals work with peer reviewers in this scheme. So, I think we can check we can start the Q&A session. Leah, can you see any questions in the chat?
There are no questions as far as I can see, just a comment that the covers for the journals are beautiful.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's creativity from probably the layout designers who are sometimes very creative with these portraits. So I think it's very interesting to hear the practices that the International Journal of Medical Students are embracing. It's very interesting to see that it's very global and it hasn't been interrupted, the publishing, since it started in 2009. So we would like to thank you, Dr. Bonilla.
Thank you so much for having me again.
Thank you, Dr. Bonilla. Welcome back, colleagues. OpenCiencia is pleased that you are attending the third International Conference on Peer-Reviewed Scholarly Publishing. As we mentioned earlier, OpenCiencia continuously carries out international events, inviting experts to share their knowledge and experience with researchers, students, professors, and editorial teams. In this year's event, we aim to focus on the current practices on peer-reviewed scholarly publishing. In other words, the practices involved in the editorial workflow, the issues during the peer review process, and decisions that are made, and so on. It's an honor to have world-renowned experts presenting at this conference. Concerning our second presentation, it will be held in English language. We apologize to our Spanish-speaking attendees since we are not going to provide simultaneous interpretation during the conference. As happens in all our events, we might experience some technical difficulties. We apologize in advance for any inconvenience or delay in our program. Please note the following instructions. During the presentation, you can type your questions in the chat. We require you to type the questions in English language. The questions will be read to the presenters during the Q&A session. Practices in peer-reviewed scholarly journals are intertwined with complex decision-making in the editorial workflow. Miller and Perucci indicated that editors-in-chief play an important role in the decision-making editorial process. In renowned scholarly journals such as the Lancet, the practices and decision-making support the editorial project quality. Our second presenter at the conference is Dr. Taissa Vila, who is the editor-in-chief of the Lancet Regional Health Americas. We are pleased that Dr. Vila is joining at the event. Dr. Vila is going to present the topic titled Current Practices in the Lancet Regional Health Americas. One of our colleagues, Carla, has prepared a video introducing her. Let's watch the video.
Welcome back, colleagues. OpenCiencia is pleased to have renowned presenters from around the globe at the 3rd International Conference on Peer-Reviewed Scholarly Publishing. Common practices in renowned scholarly journals are important to acknowledge. In renowned journals, these practices have been implemented based on careful decision-making aiming to publish high-quality works. Hence, we have invited an editor-in-chief of a renowned scholarly journal, Dr. Taissa Vila. She is going to illustrate to us about the current practices in the Lancet Regional Health Americas. Dr. Vila holds a bachelor's degree in pharmacological sciences from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro. Afterwards, she obtained a master's in science and a Ph.D. degree in cell biology biophysics at the Institute of Biophysics Carlos Chagas Filho, at the same university. In 2016, she was awarded a postdoctoral fellowship at University of Texas in San Antonio, where she continued her research on drug discovery for recalcitrant fungal infections. In 2018, she was awarded a senior postdoctoral fellowship at University of Maryland in Baltimore, where she expanded her investigations to drug resistance and cell signaling in mixed fungal bacterial infections. In 2020, Dr. Vila came back to the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, where she was working as a senior postdoctoral researcher in multiple projects involving fungal and bacterial infections, while also expanding her editorial skills and scientific writing. During her time as a research scientist, Dr. Vila has published more than 35 articles in reputable journals, participated in the editorial board for Frontiers in Cellular and Infection Microbiology, and served as ad hoc reviewer for tens of scientific journals, including Nature Scientific Reports, several journals from the American Society for Microbiology, and Frontiers journals. In 2021, Dr. Vila moved to a full-time editorial career at the Lancet Group, joining as the founding editor-in-chief of the Lancet Regional Health Americas, part of the Lancet Group's global initiative to expand quality and access to the best science and advance the research agenda through a regional lens. Currently based in Rio de Janeiro, Dr. Vila is also a member of the Lancet's Group for Racial Equality. Dr. Vila is today with us presenting the topic called Current Practices in the Lancet Regional Health Americas. Please welcome Dr. Vila.
Thank you, Carla. Welcome, Taissa. Good morning. How are you?
Hello, good morning. Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Thank you. You can begin anytime.
Thank you so much for having me. And thank you, Humberto, for the invitation. It's a pleasure to talk a little bit about the Lancet Regional Health Americas, and especially to this audience that I think we have a lot to share. And looking forward to question and answers related to this. I did some small compilation, and I hope to cover everything that's of interest. But if not, please drop your questions in the chat. So just a quick overview. I'm gonna just briefly introduce the Lancet Group, just to situate how the practices within the regional health titles relate to the rest of the group. And then we're going to dig deeper into our journal specifically, a little bit of editorial practices on that. I brought some contextualized challenges and opportunities that we face being a journal that has a special focus in Latin America and Latin American research. And I hope I have time to talk a little bit about some EDI initiatives in the group. So briefly, just to situate this talk, I'm going to talk mostly about, again, similar to what Francisco did, I'm going to be talking specifically focused on medical research and medical publishing. The Lancet is one of the longest journals in the field. It was created in 1823, so we're celebrating 200 years this year. The journal was created by Thomas Walkley, who was a surgeon, And the foundation of the journal was his views on that the journal should be a instrument and tool to drive social and political change through medical research and science for the greater good. So a lot of what we do at the Lancet relies on our internal mission to be more than a medical journal. So it's not only about publishing research in the medical field, but publishing research that advances the field towards better health for all. So it initially was just one journal published weekly. And over the 200 years, it expanded to 24 journals that are mostly published on a monthly basis. The Lancet flagship journal remains a weekly journal, but everything else is monthly published. And the 24 titles cover most of all specialties in medicine and public health. So among the 24 titles, we have different publication styles and types. Francisco covered a little bit about the differences between hybrid journals and subscription journals and gold open access journals. So I'm not going to explain all that again. But among our 24 journals, 12 of them are hybrid journals, meaning that they are foundational, a subscription journal where the institution or the funder has to pay for the subscription. So the authors don't pay to publish, but whatever's published is behind a paywall that only subscribers to that specific journal can access. So moving towards open access and open science, all those 12 journals offer open access option as a fee for whoever is publishing to make it. So if I'm publishing, I have the option to make my manuscript open access by paying the open access fee. And that's why they're called hybrids. And the other 12 journals are Gold Open Access journals. And as previously explained, they are always open to anyone to access the content as published, but they are published towards a mandatory publication fee. And that publication fee varies from journal to journal, and also the policies that we have internally for waivers and discounts based on who's submitting and who funded the research are also different between journals. And I will explain a little bit how and why this is important, specifically for the regional Americas, why not having a central policy that is applied to every single Lancet journal, but having a journal-based policy is very important for inclusivity for us. So this is just a general slide about why publishing with the Lancet, but I'm not going to go over the whole thing. I want to call your attention to these two topics, the professional editorial leadership and the peer review network, which is what is interesting for our conversation today. And one very specific characteristic of the Lancet journals that I will explain to you is that we are not voluntary-based editors. So for context, the Lancet is part of Elsevier. So it's one of Elsevier's groups of journals. Elsevier has more than 2,000 journals in the portfolio. And the portfolio can be divided by journals that belong to Elsevier, journals that are society journals. And what they have in common is that they are usually under a publisher scrutiny, and that publisher is responsible for several journals within one specific field or area. But for the Cell Press and the Lancet, we run in a different business model. We run in-house editorial teams. And what that means specifically is that all editorial is in-house and all editors are Elsevier employees. They are full-time editors. There might be part-time editorial positions, but most, say 90% of the editors will be full-time employees, full-time editors for the specific journal or across journals. So that said, it means that we don't only expect from our editors to be moving manuscripts forward, but they are part of the building foundation of that journal and everything that encompasses that. So they're not only handling manuscripts, but they have editorial projects, they do outreach activities, they go to universities, they talk to researchers, they go to conferences to see what's going on, they go to places to commission content, they go to universities, talk to people that are actually doing those trials and understanding where it fits and commissioning the trials for the journal. So there's more than just handling manuscripts because they are full-time doing this. And they're helping shaping the face of the journal. Another difference in the in-house operating model is that we don't have what we call an editorial board because, well, we have an editorial team. That is our team of deputy editors, senior editors, an editor-in-chief, and some journal managers. Some journals have assistant editors. But what we do have is an international advisory board. And the difference between our advisory board to, say, a society journal that has editorial boards is because on that model, the board is academic people that are expected to do editorial work, meaning handle manuscripts, do peer review, and etc. Our advisory board is also a team of academics, but they are not expected to do any editorial work. What they do is that they advise us on specific topics that we need their assistance. So they are our team of specialists in topics that our team is not expert in, but we want to expand our journal in that direction, for example, so we can go to them for advice or to introduce us to people that we should be talking to in the field and etc. They can bring topics to us that they think that the journal should be focusing on and things like that, but they don't do any editorial work. And that's why they don't have the conflict of interest of being the board of the journal and submitting because they are not handling any manuscripts. They don't have access to anything that's submitted unless we send to them for their opinion, which is something that we do sometimes. So this is just a little overview of how the group works, and this is across all the titles basically. But the regional health titles are a specific group of journals inside the Lancet. And that's because it was created to fill a specific gap that we identified many years ago, which was we were missing out on a lot of high quality research that was conducted to answer questions that were important or that were specific to regional populations or to that were not necessarily generalizable findings, but they were answering call or answering a question that was very important for a specific community. And that is usually overlooked, or that doesn't have the appeal or can't find a way into a general medicine journal like the Lancet, or can't find a way to a high impact specialty journal that has hundreds of submissions and has to prioritize. So we were missing on that. And that related to our big mission to do science, to publish science that is changing practice. What changes practice is what's contextualized. So when you go to the policymakers with a clinical trial and try to change practice, try to implement a new drug, they will ask you for contextualized proofs that that works in that population. So we needed to be the ones publishing that, right? We needed that contextualized research out. So that's why we launched the regional health titles, and we have one journal for each region of the world. We're still missing Africa and Eastern Mediterranean that will be launched in 2025 and 2026. So specifically about the regional health Americas, all the regional health journals have a specific cross-journal mission to advance the research agenda in the region that they are focused and advocate for equal access to quality health care. So, and one specific call is to give voice to regional research. And that means that we pay a careful attention to who's conducting the research and for whom that research is conducted. So making sure that the relevant people are involved not only in the middle of the journal, in the middle of the authorship, but they were actually involved in planning and they will benefit from what the output from that research is. So that's one thing that's very specific is authorship. And the second thing that I mentioned briefly about the Go to Open Access fees is because we have our own rule for how the fees are divided. Instead of going by the normal division by the World Bank, that waivers are given to whoever the World Bank classifies as high, middle, low income. We have adjusted fees based on who conducted the research and funded the research. And we divide them by a fee applied to research conducted and funded by Latin American researchers or the US and Canada. So this is our cross-line divide. We have a 50% reduction in the fee for Latin America because that's our way of trying to balance out how the research funding is available for those researchers. But on top of that, we discuss case by case for additional discounts if the localized fees is still imperative for that researcher. In the journal, we mostly publish original research, but not only. We also publish full-length articles that are reviews, health policy, and viewpoints, and smaller articles like comments and correspondence. Our readership and our scope is very broad. Despite being clinically focused, we do invite a lot of health policy and public health research. So you can see here, this is based on submissions from 2023. So high outcome from public health and infectious disease, but we also have a lot of oncology, cardiovascular medicine, respiratory medicine, psychiatry, pediatrics, and child and adolescent health. So a broad scope and very diverse on topics that we cover in the journal. Following our regionally focused mission, we have always our editors placed in the region that the journal serves. So as you saw in the introduction, I'm in Rio, as well as another senior editor of the journal, Elisa, and we have another senior editor, Orson, in the US. For the other regional health titles, a similar distribution. So we have editors in India for the Southeast Asia, and we have editors split between China and Australia for the Western Pacific journal. And this is very important for us because it puts us closer to the researchers that we want to, get the research from and understand what's going on and what's important to be covered for that specific population. And this is just a snapshot of our editorial advisory board. As I mentioned, they are not, they don't have editorial input, but they advise us in various topics for the journal. So let me just give you a quick glance of how things are handled at our journal. This is our very short timeline. The journal is a recent addition, so we started to get the editorial team together in early 2021, opened our submissions in May 2021, had a very healthy input of submissions during the first months, and we were able to compile and publish our first issue in September the same year. So journal launched in September 2021, and some point 2022, I don't remember exactly, we were indexed at Scopus, which was very helpful for our authors. And only recently in January, we were accepted in PMC, which was a very important barrier that we faced because a lot of authors, especially if they are Ph.D. students or med students, their institutions will require that their final work is published in an index journal. So that was a limitation for us to get papers from those people. And we now have our indexation. That's very helpful. And a few months later, we got our first impact factor. So now we don't get 5 emails a week about when are we getting our first impact factor. It's out. And it was also very helpful for a lot of decision-making for people to submit or not. And we can discuss how this should or should not be an important thing. So a glance of how our journal works as an open access journal and as a full online journal. So we don't have print versions. Some of the Lancet journals have printed versions, so you can get it through your mail, like, the ancients used to do. You can still get that. We don't. Everything is online. So our articles, they go online as they are ready from production, regardless of which issue they will be assigned to. So they are online as they are ready and they have a DOI. But we still compile packets of articles into monthly issues that are always accompanied by an editorial that's written by the in-house editors every month. So our monthly issues have between 10 and 12 original research articles per issue. So you can see it's like around 70% of what we publish is original research. It's usually accompanied by 1 or 2 full-length articles that can be a review, a health policy, or a viewpoint. And we don't have a cap limit of how many comments or correspondence we put in each issue. And that's because they're very variable. They depend on how many we have or we receive. We don't commission those types of short articles. And they can come in bulks because a lot of people are sending correspondences about a previous article we published. So it's very variable. And they also don't count for our internal metrics or for the impact factor metrics or for any Scopus metrics because they're short pieces. So we don't really keep track of how many we put in each issue. And that's important because I'm going to give you some numbers and just to explain that from now on, when I talk numbers of acceptance and all that, it's always related to the full length articles, the ones that we keep track of how many we publish per issue and etc. So as far as submissions, we still struggle to have a nice curve because we're very recent journal. So we only have 2.5 years to look back. 2021 is not really giving us much because our first issue went out in September. So we only have a few months for 2021. Comparing 2 and 2022 and 3, this is up to this morning's numbers. So we're probably gonna be on very similar or a little bit over submissions from last year. So it looks like we are on a growing path. And for acceptance, it's pretty clear that our acceptance rate is dropping as we grow on submissions and editorial practices adjusting in the journal. So as of November, and I collected numbers for this year, which are more accurate of our current practices. So as of November, during the whole year of 2023, our acceptance rate is around 32 to 33%, with an overall rejection of 67%, which is not high at all for a Lancet journal. And our DASC rejection rate is very low compared to Francisco DASC rejection rate that I was so scared when I saw. But I think the main difference here is the fact that we have full in-house editors and we have, we can give people a little bit more, I don't know, I think we can be a little bit more flexible with what we take to peer review. So for example, we usually don't reject a paper because it's not following the guidelines. We would love if people followed the guidelines because it's very helpful towards the end, but we do not reject a paper just because it's not following the guidelines because this is something that can be fixed. So anything that can be fixed, if the science is good and we can see a value in that paper, we will take it to peer review and fix it through the process. So unless it's something ethical that's not being fulfilled or a scientific reason, we don't reject papers for anything else. So our rejection is basically based on methodological issues, methodological adjustments, and the sample size is not correct to answer the question. Even if the analysis is not the correct one, if the database is good quality and a good one, we may send it back and ask authors to redo the analysis and resubmit instead of just rejecting, because you can always reanalyze your data. It just takes longer and they might or may not be willing to do it. But on the other side, we do have some level of rejection that's based on authorship, and that's because of our internal mission, if I can say like that, to not accept papers that were conducted on the global north about a population in the global south. So this is something that we do not consider regardless of the science. And so as you can see, the other half, around half of the papers that are submitted to us will move to peer review based on our 2023 numbers. And our rejection rate post peer review is just a little below 20%. So the peer review process for us is pretty similar to other journals. We have our initial assessment by the editors, what we call in-house assessment, that can move to rejection or peer review, and then goes back to the editors who decide if they reject or send back to the authors to revise or accept, which is pretty unusual just in the first round. So we are going to talk a lot about this first part of the peer review now, because the additional rounds, they are pretty similar. They just make the process longer and longer. But here is where I think journals differ a little bit on how they make decisions. So if we decide to take a paper to peer review, what does it look like for us? That means that we will have our internal discussion among the editors, and that happened before we decided to take it to peer review. We did decide, it means that one editor will be assigned. So I will assign each paper to one of my senior editors, and they will handle that paper throughout all the rounds of peer review, and they have full responsibility for that paper throughout that process. But when they reach the final decision, either if it's to reject after revision or to move to acceptance, it will come back for discussion between the teams. So nothing gets decided without a discussion, but at the middle of the process is within that specific editor's realm. And that means that they will coordinate the reviewers, and we work with at least 2 academic reviewers. And specifically for the regional Health Americas, because we are looking at research that are not only about being conducted in Americas, but has a context behind the answer that the research question, it's important for us to have at least one of those academic reviewers in that context. So we always aim for one reviewer in the same country where the research was conducted. If it's not possible, someone that has published in that with other authors in that country before, or someone that's very involved in research in that country, or in a similar context country if it's in the region. So this is the very specific thing that we do because it's important for our journal. Every single original paper will be assigned a statistical reviewer, and that also includes systematic reviews with meta-analysis because they are considered original research for us. So our statistical reviewers, they come from our internal pool of stats that were curated and that had the backgrounds checked, and they receive a specific guideline of what we expect from statisticians when they are revising a paper. So they have a checklist of what they need to check for the paper regarding the statistical analysis. It's important to say that those reviewers are paid, so they are paid per review. So they are an internal pool that we pay for each round of revision that they provide. And finally, we do aim for 50-50 balance in gender in our reviewers pool. It might not be possible for every single paper, but we aim that when we look back at the end of the year, the pool of reviewers that the journal used is balanced between females and males. So our standard practice is to give reviewers 7 to 10 days to submit their comments, but we're very flexible if they can't. So if you write back saying you'd love to revise but you can only do that in 15 days. We'll extend that. It's just an internal a standardized process for 7 to 10 days. So this is our very broad overlook. And this is where it gets interesting about the data, right? So this is very important for authors to know the submission to decision time and submission to editorial outcome. So the difference here in orange line is the submission to first decision, meaning either a DASC rejection or a post-review rejection, or a post-review decision that can be revised or a post-review rejection. So this average is a little bit compromised by the rejections, and I don't like to go by them. But on average, it takes almost 55 days for a first decision, and that is because it includes the first round of revision. Because if you didn't get a DASC rejection, it means we already invited the reviews, and that's when you get the first communication from us. And submission to outcome is the same thing. It's from a final decision after the whole process. So that's why the range is so big, because if a rejection happened in the first round, then this number is quite small, but then you have an increased number for the full process. So I think it's easier if we look at the numbers that I have down. Our rejection time after revision is around 41 days, which means similar to what takes us for the first round. But if we move to acceptance with the several additional rounds of revision, we're looking to a submission to acceptance time around 164 days almost. So 5.5 months probably on average. And what that means, if we look at the whole process that this encompasses finding reviewers, revisions, additional rounds, and final checks, one thing that we can look is that the first one is the one that's mostly, say, 95% in the hands of the editor. This is when the editor can make any difference in the time and how long it takes, because it's only on him. So if we look closer at that, then this is a breakdown of the first round. So we see here that it takes less than 4 days for each editor to start inviting reviewers after it's assigned the paper. And then it takes 30 days on average for it to get 3 reviews to accept, and 6 more days for all of this to complete, for all reviewers to complete their assignments. And in blue here, you cannot see the number, but it's less than 2 days after an editor is advised that all reviews are in, and it can make a decision or send those reviews to the author, either to reject or to move on with the revision. So what this graph is telling us is that the bottleneck in our journal seems to be to increase the speed of our editorial process. The bottleneck is to getting the reviewers to accept and to not so much to deliver, but to accept our invitation. So we have to work on our pool of reviewers and engage with them in a better way to improve our times to process submissions. And as I mentioned, that we don't really reject a paper that's not following the instructions, but that means that we increase our handling times, because in the in the final rounds of revision, we will also be working with the authors with very specific tiny things that are just formatting the manuscript for acceptance. So it might take 10 additional days after a paper is scientifically perfect for acceptance, but it still needs a lot on just formatting and signed forms to be provided by the authors. And this is very time consuming at some times. And so another practice that I think it's very interesting and very helpful inside the Lancet and Elsevier, and I know that a lot of other publishers do similar things, is an internal transfer system. So we have an internal transfer system within the Lancet journals. So a lot of papers that are submitted to one journal might not get accepted or even peer-reviewed for that journal. But instead of rejecting, the editor might suggest the authors another Lancet journal that also could be interested in that research. And in that sense, if the author accepts the transfer, that goes to the other journal. So you can see in the graph that in the beginning, internal transfers were very important for our pool of submissions. They started as 60%. At some point, they were 50% of our submissions. They are not that relevant or important right now because we grew. Now people know us. People organically submit to us. But they are still 30 to 40% of our submissions on a monthly basis. So this is very important and very helpful for starting journals to get to be known by the community. And we have a similar system with other Elsevier journals. So we have publishers that connect with us about their journals that have similar scopes, and we construct this internal transfer system where instead of just rejecting a paper because it's not perfectly fit for my journal, I can suggest the authors to transfer internally that submission to another Elsevier journal instead of starting a new submission. So it goes straight to the editor's desk. And we have this internal system for several other journals. Most of our papers go to Dialogues in Health and Global Epidemiology, some to International Journals of Infectious Disease Regional too. So this is also very, I think, thoughtful because if this happens after revision, we can also share the reviewers' comments with the authors, even if they take it to another journal. And the editors can invite the same reviewers because they can see it. So it's very helpful to have those internal systems in place. So there are two challenges that I think we could discuss here in the context of this this conference. One for us is trying to keep our pool, our influence in Latin America. So it's because we're a Gold Open Access journal and because we have a strong barrier for publication related to the publication fee, despite having a lot of actions in place to make this as affordable as possible, most authors don't know that they can apply for these waivers and discounts, so they just don't submit. I used to hear Brazil as a proxy for Latin America because it's our biggest feeder. But you can see that in the beginning, we had almost a half and half in submissions from the US and Brazil. And in 2022, Brazil even crossed, and we had more submissions from Brazil than US. But in 2023, this dropped substantially. And even though we grew our presence in other countries like Mexico, you can see here, and a little bit in Peru, we're still, we are almost half a US journal and half a Latin American journal, which is something that we try to avoid because we really want to have a stronger presence in areas where researchers usually don't get their voices heard in other high impact journals. So this is a current challenge for us to regain our presence in other countries in Latin America and get back our presence in Brazil. And we think that a lot of this is also related to language barriers, because it's not only about being able to publish in English, but what the researchers and the clinicians are consuming as literature. And a lot of those countries, people are not consuming literature in English. So if we can't publish in their local languages, we are missing on that and a lot. So we do, one of the things that we do is that we publish as a supplement, a version of the paper translated, as you can see this beautiful example here, but we still can't do this as a secondary language publication. We still have, it's a little bit buried as a supplement, and this is something that we want to improve if we can, because it would be very important to reach more people in Latin America, we believe. So I hope I have time to go over a little bit of the EDI. And so our equity, diversity, and inclusion initiatives in the Lancet, they are very, they're scattered across several areas of the group. And they influence the editorial team. We have an international advisory board just for EDI-related queries. We have an internal group for advancing racial equality that's called GRACE. It is embedded in our peer review process throughout. So all journals have KPOs related to that. It is really, we have initiatives pertaining authorship that are related to EDI events, but I want to focus in the editorial activities because this influences a little bit of the process. So one thing that is important is we have an internal document for inclusive language, and this is one thing that our editors do as their final read. So before a paper is ready to acceptance, when our editor is doing the final reads and the final editing, he's also looking how the language is used in that paper and it needs to be adapted to follow our inclusive language guidelines. So this is another thing that we do before publishing anything at the Lancet. We ask authors to follow the SAGER guideline for reporting sex and gender, but we also have to check if they are following, and if not, ask them to revise. We recently signed the People First Charter to promote person first HIV and sexual health language. So it's another thing that we look for in our final read and negotiate with the authors about how to use person first language throughout their paper if they are not using it already. Throughout the Lancet, we are committed to no all male panel policy that has been in place for many, many years already. And specific journals also have other initiatives in place. For example, the Lancet Psychiatry has a group of lay people with lived experience that help them and participate in reviewing papers from their perspective and give their input for specific papers that they require. So this is very important initiatives. Some of them will impact in how the flow of our editorial process goes as well. So my final remarks for this talk would be related to how we can strengthen research and science and publishing in Latin America. And I think one of the most important things is to identify the barriers. So Francisco talked a lot about barriers to medical students and how we can train them better. I think one from the editorial perspective, and things that I notice when I go to universities and I talk to people is that we have to demystify the publishing and the peer review process. A lot of people still don't understand the process, or they're afraid of the process, or they think that the process is biased. So we have a lot to do when like building trust in how peer review is conducted, and transparently do our best to demystify a lot of things related to peer review and peer review publishing, and specifically for those communities. Facilitate this communication between the editors and the authors, because a lot of this is just misunderstanding, misconceptions, and biased impressions from experience. And finally, strengthen a regional medical scientific community and support and engage with regional conferences when I think that we can talk closer to the people and actually engage with who is writing the papers that we are looking at in the end. So I hope I covered a lot of interesting things, but we can discuss more in the Q&A.
Thank you, Taissa. It's very interesting, the editorial initiatives, especially to be less biased. One thing to mention, it's very interesting that journals still give relevance to original research papers. However, it's more important to give priority to replications, because if you want disciplines to progress, you need to replicate the studies, and this is something that journals, I don't know, maybe it's the problem with funding, that funders are more prone to give money to innovation and this kind of studies. So I think that replication is one of the things that is missing. One question that I got, it's concerning the retractions and corrections. What about this situation in the journal? In what extent do you have this retractions or corrections?
We haven't had any retraction so far, and we've only had maybe 3 or 4 cases of corrections, but they are usually related to typing. So like 1 or 2 numbers that are wrong, but we haven't had any corrections related to wrong analysis, for example, which is not uncommon. But so far we've only had very minor corrections issued and no retractions at all.
Yeah, I think it's also something that must be encouraged, that researchers check the results reported and provide these comments, the editorial letters, in order to carry out the post-publication peer review. And I'm wondering concerning the peer review process, because at the beginning it seems to be from submission to acceptance quite short, but afterwards you presented this metric concerning the rounds of peer review. How many rounds on average does the journal have?
And our average is to have around 3 rounds, but as I tried to put in my last slide, we have 2 very intense rounds of revision with the reviewers that sometimes are 3-page long letters to improve. And usually we have one last round that's basically just making the manuscript fit within the guidelines. So it could be 2 to 3, but it ends up being 3 to 4 because we have a lot of smaller things to fix at the end.
Yeah, that's interesting. What about this project that publishers requested Crossref to add DOIs to peer review reports? Does Elsevier is also endorsing that the Lancet might integrate this peer review reports together with the information that is published along with the article?
I don't know of any ongoing initiatives. I think we are walking towards a more transparent process at all. So I think eventually this might be the future. But having the comments open and published together with the paper in the near future, I don't see any projects either at the Lancet or Elsevier level. It might be some, I know there is one pilot study running at Elsevier level with some journals that are using integrative software to upload the comments where all the reviewers will interact. Instead of having rounds of emails, you'll have this interactive chat where all the reviewers can post comments in the PDF and the authors can reply. But I am not sure if that will be available after publication or not. But I know it's a new pilot program that they are testing. But something like eLife did, I don't have any notice of shortcoming changes in that.
That's interesting. What about the editorial practices that the Lancet had in the past, and then it was decided to change this practices concerning something that was hurting the unbiased review of papers and especially fulfilling the task, the aims of disseminating scientific findings, filtering errors. What things happened in the past that changed and that you witnessed nowadays?
I'm a fairly new Lancet member, so I've been within the group for less than 4 years now. We do have a lot of cross checks, and so it's very rare that a single editor will foresee the paper beginning to end, and there's a lot of internal discussion between revisions and acceptance, especially at the specialty journals. So we have internal meetings where everyone presents their journal, the papers, and presents the comments from the reviewers, and people from other journals comments on that. So I think implementing this cross-journal communication also helps spot misconduct, or sometimes you look at the pool of reviewers, and I do this a lot. So I go to those meetings and I see papers from Brazil being discussed with no reviewers from Brazil. And I always comment, I think you should get a reviewer from the region to give you a more, spot on comments. And people are usually very receptive to that. So I think internally accounting the editors one for the other is very helpful to reduce such biases.
That's correct, and I think it's important to communicate with the editorial team, with the editorial work. Well, one last question before the Q&A. It's just about the fabrication of results, because this is becoming the norm since we have AI right now, and this is becoming more easy to get. So how do you do this kind of checks? Although you receive the supplementary data to reproduce the results during the analysis used by the author, but how do you check if you have this kind of issue, ethical issue with submissions?
We have some internal tools that can help us. So we use Crossref's internal AI to check for plagiarism. So this is, it still doesn't check for fabricated through AI. And one thing that our submission system also has is a check for the validity of the identity of the authors. So it's based on their names and affiliations and how that correlates with if they have a profile in Scopus or in any other repository, if they have publications under that name and last name. So we have some tools to certify that that person exists and that affiliation is correct and exists. And at some level, that protects us from that being fabricated data, but we cannot, there's no way to be 100% sure. We can just overlap several tools and apply all of them to each paper, and also have our own editorial feedback on how that reads, and if it reads weird and it reads like it was used, AI was used, but that's as much as we can do for now.
You have a statistician as reviewer, which is has to be trained to detect these issues. Let's proceed to the Q&A session because there are some questions. Leah, could you please read the first one?
Yeah. Here it is. So it says, congratulations on your work. We need more efforts in Latin America to enhance research reach and availability. I believe the initiative of having the article in the author's own language as a supplement is wonderful. What other options are being considered to have those articles reach more people?
And so we are discussing the possibility of having the main article published in at least 2 languages, but this has not been approved yet because it involves having an internal translating system, and that can be very time consuming for the typesetter team, and we may need to change providers. So there's a lot behind the scene to implement, but this is what we're fighting for.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, the next, I think there is another question, right?
No, there are no more questions. That was the only one.
Okay, so I would like to thank Dr. Vila. We are pleased to have you at the event, and we hope that you can participate in our next events that we're having the following years. So thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Welcome back, colleagues. OpenCiencia is pleased that you are attending the 3rd International Conference on Peer-Reviewed Scholarly Publishing. As we mentioned earlier, OpenCiencia continuously carries out international events, inviting experts to share their knowledge and experience with researchers, students, professors, and editorial teams. It's an honor to have well-renowned experts presenting at this conference concerning our third presentation. It will be held in English language as well. We apologize to our Spanish-speaking attendees since we are not going to provide simultaneous interpretation. Please note that the following instructions during the presentation, you can type your questions in the chat. We require you to type your questions in English language. The questions will be read to the presenter during the Q&A session. Practices among medical journals have been innovative. For instance, the first peer-reviewed publication was the Medical Essays and Observations published by the Royal Society of Edinburgh in 1731. However, modern peer review, as we know it today, became popular right after the Second World War. Thus, common and innovative practices implemented by medical journals are important to consider. Our third presenter at the conference is Stephanie Kinnan, who is the Senior Managing Editor for the American Society for Gastrointestinal Endoscopy. We are pleased that Ms. Kinnan is joining us at the event. Ms. Kinnan is going to present the topic titled Current Practices in the American Society for Gastrointestinal Endoscopy Journals. One of our colleagues, Carla, has prepared a video introducing her. Let's proceed to watch the video.
Welcome back, colleagues. OpenCiencia is pleased to have renowned presenters from around the globe at the Third International Conference on Peer-Reviewed Scholarly Publishing. Practices in medical journals have been innovative during the last decades. For instance, study reporting standards such as Consort and Prisma, among others. Another contribution is the comprehensive compliance with ethical and legal regulations on studies that involve animals or humans. Therefore, we have invited an expert on this topic, Stephanie Kinnan, who is going to enlighten us about the current practices in the American Society for Gastrointestinal Endoscopy journals. Stephanie Kinnan is the Senior Managing Editor, Publications, for the American Society for Gastrointestinal Endoscopy. She received her master's degree from the University of Chicago, where she focused her studies on publication ethics. She previously served on the board of directors of the International Society of Managing and Technical Editors, spent 4 years as the editor-in-chief of Editorial Office News, and spent 2 years as the chair of the EON editorial board. She currently serves on the Committee for Publication Ethics Council. Stephanie is also the author of a best practice guide for ethical publishing and has written several academic articles related to the field of scholarly publishing. Stephanie is today with us presenting the topic called Current Practices in the American Society for Gastrointestinal Endoscopy Journals. Please welcome Stephanie Kinnan.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Kinnan. We are pleased to have you today at the event. We apologize for the technical issues, but we hope that this is resolved in our next events. So you can begin when you are ready.
Great, thank you. So today, as mentioned, I'm going to talk about our current practices for our peer-reviewed publications at the American Society for Gastrointestinal Endoscopy. I'm going to touch on our publication family, our editorial processes, our peer review initiatives, and our publication ethics policies. So the ASGE publication family is made up of 3 journals. Our flagship journal, Gastrointestinal Endoscopy, or GIE, is a subscription-based print journal. And then several years ago, we started Video GIE. It's an open access, online-only journal. It focuses on video-based case reports, but we also have some longer articles as well in there, but they all are focused on videos, which is important in the discipline of endoscopy. And then just last year, we started a third title called IGIE. It focuses on more innovative research, but is also a waterfall journal for GIE. It is also open access online only. GIE is led by Editor-in-Chief Doug Adler. He joined us about 1 year ago as the Editor-in-Chief, but had previously served for 8 years as a Senior Associate Editor. Field Willingham is our editor for Video GIE. He's been with the journal for about 2 years. And then IGIE was started last year by Chris Thompson, currently still serving as the Editor-in-Chief. So I wanted to focus a little bit on our peer review process, and I'm going to focus on GIE. We do have similar processes for Video GIE and IGIE, but GIE is just a little bit more involved. This is kind of a glimpse at our editorial workflow. It might be kind of hard to read that small print, but it just is a little bit of an outline of how we go from submission through peer review to finally reaching decisions on our articles. When we do get new and revised submissions, they go straight to our editorial office first, and our editorial office reviews the submission, an initial check. And we do try to be pretty casual with what our authors are submitting as far as formatting goes. We have an initiative called Your Paper, Your Way, which allows them to submit in any type of document they want, any formats. It can all be in one, it can be separate files. As long as they have all the components, we don't want to cause them undue burden at first submission. So we do check to make sure the components are there, like conflicts of interest statements, IRB approvals, whatever they happen to need for that article type. And we do run a plagiarism check at this time. We like to run it on all new submissions so that we can, nip it in the bud if there is some kind of issue as far as plagiarism goes, and we can inform one of our editors and start taking steps to deal with it. We do assign our associate editors. There are 13 for GIE articles based on classification. So they have articles in their area of expertise, but we also distribute it based on workload. So we're not giving too many to one AE and burning them out. We assign revisions to the original editor, and we also ask that they use the same reviewers if possible that reviewed the first one. And in fact, our editor-in-chief Doug Adler recently started a policy that all articles have to go back to their original reviewers when revisions are submitted, no matter what, so that the reviewers can make sure that the corrections have been made. When we assign reviewers, our editors actually assign their own reviewers, but they have 72 hours to respond, either accept or decline the invitation. Once they agree, they have 14 days to complete the review. We do send several reminders before and after the due date. However, if they are more than 30 days late, we invite them as reviewers. We remove them from the submission. We assume that at that point, they're not going to submit the review. We do encourage our editors to invite or add alternate reviewers so that when a reviewer doesn't respond or is removed, they will automatically be invited, and that will just keep the process moving quickly. Once they come to a decision, we have several different options that they can recommend to our editor-in-chief. We have various types of rejects. Of course, we have a decision on submission or desk reject, which is rejection outright without peer review, and a traditional reject with peer review. But we also have a rejection with the option to submit to Video GIE. This would occur if an article is not right for GIE, but maybe it has a beautiful video with it, and Video GIE might be interested in that. We do say reject option to submit because this is not a waterfall journal. It can't be automatically transferred. So they do have to take their article, reformat it according to Video GIE guidelines, and then submit it as a whole new submission. If we think that it might be right for IGIE, we do have the option to transfer it. So we can transfer it pre-review, and this is somewhat like a decision on submission, or we can transfer it post-review, and those reviews will go along with it to IGIE so that they know what work has already been done on this article. We also have the option to ask them to reclassify it if we think it might be right for a GIE, but in a different category. And then we have different types of revisions. There's reject, resubmit. This will ultimately likely get rejected, so we want to be upfront by that. But if there's some, big flaw that could be fixed, it might be worthy of publication. Major revisions get 4 weeks to revise, and minor revisions get 2 weeks to revise. And then, of course, we can just accept something outright, but that rarely happens, especially with citable articles. They're probably going to go through 1 or 2 rounds of revision. When an AE comes to a decision, it goes to our editor-in-chief. This is actually the first time our editor-in-chief sees this. And he has the opportunity to review it. He generally goes with the reviewer's comments or the AE's comments, but if he disagrees, this is a point where he can override that decision. We do have a lot of checks that our editorial staff takes to make sure that everything is being done right. So instead of going directly to the authors after the editor-in-chief makes a decision, it comes back to the editorial office. We review the comments and the decision. We make sure there are no errors. We make sure there are no inappropriate comments. And this also gives us an opportunity to do some copy editing of the comments and letters that are going out. We never change the content, but we can clean up like grammar and misspellings, typos, things like that, just so that we're sending out a nice letter to the authors, regardless of the outcome. And we also, at that point in time, inform the reviewers of the decision being made so that they know ultimately what's going to happen with that manuscript that they worked on. We can also, at this time, let them know if they did a superior job of reviewing. We do ask our editors to score every single review, and we'll inform the reviewers when they've done an excellent job, just to kind of encourage them to continue the great work for our journal. So just by numbers, here are some overall journal statistics. We do get about 2,000 submissions per year just for GIE. And then we have video GIE and IGIE on top of that, fewer for those journals, but we are dealing with a good amount of submissions for our journal family. Our average time from submission to first decision is 25 days. There are certainly exceptions where it takes months when we're struggling with reviewers, but overall we have a pretty quick turnaround time, all things considered. Our acceptance rate is 17% roughly for citable articles. And our decision on submission rate or immediate rejection is 45%. We try to keep that high so that we can, if we know it's not going to make it into the journal, we can get that decision to authors within a few days instead of wasting weeks on peer review. And it also saves us from burning out our peer reviewers on things that likely would not get into the journal. So decision on submission, that's for things that are out of scope of the journal, things that are fatally flawed, data or statistics, and or just overall poor quality. We do not reject based on language skills. That's a policy of ours. We always look at content. Language skills can be addressed later on. If the article is difficult to understand because of poor English, we might send it back to the author and ask them to have a native English speaker review it or to use a translation service, but we do not reject based on poor English. Most of our submissions are original articles. That's about 50%. As I mentioned previously, our reviewer turnaround is 14 days. Ideally, sometimes it takes longer. Some of our reviewers are much faster, which is great. And then we average about 2 rounds of review. If we do ask for a revision, a major revision or a minor revision, we try to make sure we always accept those. We won't ask for a revision unless we're sure that we can accept it. The only case that we don't want the authors to do that work. So the only case that we would not accept it after asking for a revision is if the authors were not able to make the necessary changes to that article. So discussing peer review, that has been a big struggle for our journal, as it is with most journals. It's difficult to get reliable peer reviewers, and it really affects your turnaround times and your relationships with authors and your editors. They get burned out looking for reviewers. So one of our focuses has been trying to figure out how to improve our reviewer pool. So we've initiated a couple of programs to mentor and reward our peer reviewers. So the first one is the Annual Reviewer Awards. This was started years ago, and it's a reception that we hold at our annual conference every year, and we honor a bunch of reviewers who are high performing for our 3 journals. And the reason we started this is because we realized that our reviewers were giving up their free time to help us, but we weren't giving them any kind of compensation. So this would recognize their contribution. It could highlight those ones who are high performing and kind of motivates the ones who aren't performing as well. And it would also help us retain those reviewers who want to be recognized year after year. So we like I said, we have this reception at our annual meeting. We recognize about 60 reviewers from 6 different categories of reviewers. So it's our International Editorial Board, our Editorial Review Board, our clinical reviewers, video GIE and IGIE reviewers, and our new and mentee reviewers. We invite our editors and our office staff and our review board members from all of our journals to the reception. It's a pretty decent turnout. We usually have about 100 people there, and we have our editors-in-chief host and give out the awards. So the way we do this and determine our winners is through a report that we can run out of Editorial Manager, our submission system. And we take that information based on reviewer performance, which is things like reviewer score, turnaround times, how many times they accepted or declined. And we had a statistician create this program that we can plug this information in and rank all of our reviewers. So once we have those rankings and take the top ones from each category, we notify them, we send out an e-blast, we do a lot of promotion for the event to recognize them, and then we have our meetings department plan this event at our annual conference. The editorial staff does have kind of a burden in overseeing this. We do create the awards that we give out and do the promotional content, but it seems to be really appreciated by our reviewers. Our second initiative that we have been working on is a mentorship program. So this was started several years ago by one of our associate editors. And we started this program because we were trying to find consistent and energetic reviewers, and we just felt that our reviewer pool was getting burned out. So we identified this untapped resource in early career professionals who are very eager for experience, right? They want things to put on their CVs. They want to get that knowledge and experience. And by training them, we could encourage loyalty to our journals and also train them in what we're looking for in peer reviewers and high quality peer review. So we do have an associate editor oversee the program, and that takes that burden off of the editorial office, which is great. Our new reviewers who've expressed enthusiasm for review or the program leading up to the start are tracked. And we also target young professionals through social media and our blog. We then take those mentees and match them with our seasoned reviewers. These are usually previous award winners or review board members. We do ask our mentee reviewers to start by completing a reviewer course that was designed by the original associate editor who started the program. And then our mentees are paired with their mentor and asked to submit all of their reviews to their mentor before submitting it to the journal. So this is a quality control thing. The mentors ensure that we are getting accurate, high quality reviews from your mentees while also teaching them how to do a good review. We also can track their progress because we designate them as mentee reviewers in our submission system. We can see how often they're being invited, how well they're doing. And then at the end of the year, they are eligible for our reviewer awards. And several have won in the past, and they do get very excited about it. So these have really turned out to be great programs to help grow that reviewer pool. The final thing I wanted to touch on today is our policies on publication ethics. It's something that's been very important to us in recent years. And it's something that's very near and dear to my heart. It's an area of expertise for me, and I serve on the board for the Committee on Publication Ethics. So why this is important is because there is a lack of education and standardization across the field. Ethical best practices, there's just a widespread ignorance of them. And so we really need to take the responsibility to educate ourselves, educate our authors, our reviewers, our editors about best practices. Right now, we just see huge inconsistencies from country to country, field to field, and even journal to journal. In recent years, with the evolving trends of open access and preprint servers and predatory publishing and developments in technology like artificial intelligence and social media, it's more important than ever that we educate ourselves on best practices and create standards across the field for scholarly publishing. So there are really two facets of publication ethics. There's the researcher author side, and there's the editor journal side. So researcher authors need to start considering publication ethics right when they're starting their study design, going through conducting research, writing their manuscript, submitting the journal, and then preparing it for publication. On the editorial journal side, our ethical considerations start when we are processing the submissions through peer review, through preparing the article for production, through publication, and then even post-production, things like article promotion or retractions and errata. One thing that we have to keep in mind at our journals is that on the editorial office side, we can focus on some ethical issues, but not all. We need help from our reviewers and editors. So part of our training is having editors and reviewers look for things, ethical issues, while they're reviewing content, right? Because at the editorial office, we can look for things like plagiarism and conflicts of interest, but we can't judge the content. So things that our reviewers need to look for are things like data manipulation and bias in an article. So research methods need to be rigorous and reproducible. They should follow ethical protocols. Data can't be fabricated or falsified. Your results can't be inflated, so no embellishment, no selective reporting or omitted results. And all data and interpretations, as well as conclusions, must be accurate, complete, and unbiased. So we need our reviewers to look for those things. We also need them to look for image manipulation. This has become a huge issue recently because there are so many ways to manipulate images now with things like Photoshop. And sometimes it is difficult to pick up on these manipulations if it's done well. So images can't be altered to better support your research in any way that interferes with the interpretation of data. So you can do things like add arrows and circles and highlights, or even magnification if you state the level of magnification, but you can't do anything that's considered clarification, like cleaning up a figure, enhancing it, removing, background images, or anything that's considered deception, like major editing to remove something that's not in line with your study results. You also need to make sure that you're removing any kind of patient identification information. So that can be removed, it can be blurred or blacked out, but it cannot appear in the figure. We also stress to our authors that they need to be aware of any approvals or consent they need before they even begin their research. It's best practice to think about where you want to submit your article before you even start conducting the research. That way you can go to those journal websites and see what they require for submission. So these are things like institutional review board approval, clinical trial registration, patient consent. We do have a policy that failure to include appropriate documentation can result in immediate rejection of the article from our journals. We also tell authors that they need to be aware of guidelines for that specific type of study that they're doing. For example, should they be following consort guidelines for randomized trials? Now, at the editorial office, we can check for things like duplicate text or plagiarism. So this seems like it should be common knowledge, but we still run into cases where duplicate text appears, things are inappropriately cited, etc. So all text needs to be cited, placed in reference lists, quotes needs to be in quotes. Results taken from other studies need to be rewarded and cited, and this goes along with previously published work from those authors. If you reuse your own work, that's self-plagiarism, so it needs to be treated just like the reuse of any other work. And we also need permission to reuse figures, and we do request that when authors submit figures that they include the permissions with it. So as I mentioned, we use Authenticate when we are checking for plagiarism at every submission when it first comes in. So this is an example of what it looks like. You can see that it does show highlighted text and it does give a percentage of overlap if you're not familiar with Authenticate. So many journals have a policy of going by the percentage. So for example, anything over 30% might be considered plagiarism, and they'll take action on that. And anything under it would be okay. We think that that is not best practice because there's a lot of misinterpretation that can go on with that. For example, if you have an article that is quite long, you could have a whole plagiarized paragraph and it would show up as a small percentage. If you have a shorter article or a long method section, it might show up as a high percentage, but not really have any issues with plagiarism. So our policy is actually to scroll through the entire article and look for chunks of overlap highlighted text, and then we can determine whether that seems okay or not okay and raise the issue with the editor if we need to. So in the same way that text can't be reused, an article can't be reused, which means that it cannot be submitted to more than one journal at once. Often our authors even put in their cover letter that this article is not being considered at another publication at the same time. We also do not allow authors to republish data sets with minor alterations. And this is where there's kind of a gray area for a lot of authors, and they don't realize that they're doing things unethically. With something like reuse of patients, you cannot reuse a group of patients in more than one article. It actually skews the literature, and which is why it's unethical. Say, for example, somebody was writing a systematic review on a topic, and they were going through articles and see these two groups of patients. Well, they think that they're separate groups, but really they're double counting those patients. Similarly, you cannot salami slice, which is when you take your data and split it into multiple parts to get more articles. That's unethical as well. Each article needs to have new data and a new hypothesis. The final thing I wanted to talk about today, actually, there are two more things that I wanted to talk about today. Authorship. So ASG uses the ICMJE guidelines for authorship. So that means that an author must make a substantial contribution to the study, have a role in drafting the work or revising it critically, give final approval of the version to be published, and be accountable for all aspects of the work. We take authorship very seriously. We do make sure that this is on our website and that authors know that they have to follow it. We at one point limited the number of authors for our original articles to 15. Many journals do limit their authors to avoid hyper authorship, which is when you have just tons of authors on an article, sometimes even hundreds, and you know that they cannot all be actual authors. We did remove that limit because we kept getting requests, to add a couple more. So now instead what we do is we review the author list and make sure they look reasonable. If we think that there are, if there are too many authors on paper, we will send that back to them and ask them to justify why all those authors need to be on the paper. We will ask them to say how each author contributed, and anybody who doesn't qualify as an author can then be added to the acknowledgement statement. So obviously we know that the first author should be the greatest contributor of the work, followed in order by the rest of them. Last author is usually the mentor or senior author. Now the corresponding author can take place anywhere in the author order, but we very specifically say that there are a lot of things that are involved with being the corresponding author. So they have to gather COIs from all of the authors. We make them fill out a form that has the COIs for each author and also, signs it at the bottom that they know what a conflict of interest is. It's important that they verify the accuracy of the author list to avoid author disputes, they're in charge of submitting the article, communicating with the journal office and the publisher, overseeing the revision process, reviewing the article proofs, and basically just being responsible for the accuracy of the content. We do recommend that author orders should be determined at the onset of the project, and this will avoid conflicts later on. If there is some kind of conflict related to authorship after a publication, that can result in a retraction. So we do actually require all of our authors to sign off on authorship changes once an article has been accepted, to make sure that we avoid that future dispute. We are also aware of guest authorship and ghost authorship. Guest authorship is when a person who doesn't qualify for authorship is included on the list. This often occurs when a young professional might feel obligated to include a mentor or a senior member of their institution on an article. Ghost authorship, alternatively, is when a person who should be on the author list is omitted, and that could be because they were hired to write an article, or maybe they had some kind of conflict of interest that they don't want anybody knowing about. Author lists they need to be complete and transparent, and everybody needs to fulfill the requirements. The final policy that we're very passionate about is our conflict of interest policy. Conflicts of interest have caused a lot of complications in especially the medical field in recent years. So we are very thorough with our conflict of interest policy. There are three main types of conflicts of interest: financial, which everyone knows about, research funding, employment, stocks, things like that. There's also loyalty. So this could be your professional relationships. It might be a volunteer role or a advisory role. But then there's also bias. And this is a difficult area of conflict to pin down. This is things like favoritism, opinions, prejudices, personal relationships. It's difficult a lot of times to even for people to recognize those conflicts in themselves. So we really say be aware of perceived bias. Just because you don't think it's a conflict doesn't mean other people don't think that it's a conflict. There's no minimum threshold for financial conflicts. Even somebody buying you a cup of coffee can create a conflict. And we do ask that all conflicts within the last 3 years be disclosed. In terms of disclosure statements, we do collect them, as I mentioned, from all authors, but we also collect them from our reviewers and editors and post the editors on the website. We include a conflict of interest statement at the end of every published article in line with COPE guidelines. And we do this because not properly disclosing conflicts of interest can lead to a retraction after publication. So we will immediately reject an article if we think that there is anything not right about how they're disclosing things. Which brings me to the final point of retractions in errata. We have been lucky or just very thorough and have not had to deal with any retractions during my time in charge of the journals. And we try to ensure this by making sure that we are thoroughly reviewing everything and our authors are thoroughly reviewing everything before publication. It is the author's responsibility to make sure that everything in the article is accurate. We need them to check their data, their references, their quotes, their author lists. If an error is discovered, that comes to me and I can review it and determine what action needs to be taken. If an article is found to be unreliable because of this error, like if it's unintentional, like a miscalculation or something off with the data, that would be a reason for retraction. Or if it's an ethical issue like fabricated data or plagiarism or conflicts of interest, that is certainly a reason for a retraction as well. As I mentioned, we haven't had to deal with that. What we do have to deal with is errata. I would say we won't have more than 5 to 8 a year. Usually this is something very small that does not affect the reliability of the issue or the article. The thing that we saw most this year was we did have a group that published several articles with us, and they had inaccurately reported their affiliations, not in a conflict of interest way. There was just a misstatement of who was affiliated with who, and that didn't in any way affect the research, but we did need to make sure that the affiliation name was corrected. So those are the types of things that we deal with. Another example was that we had a typo in a title that did not affect the title at all, or the content of the article, but we did need to make sure that was corrected. So those are the types of things that we deal with. And that's just kind of an overview of all of our peer review and ethical policies at ASGE. I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me today. I'm happy to answer any questions now, or you can feel to reach out to me or any of our journals at the email addresses listed there. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kinnan. It's very interesting that you are a member of COPE, which is a recognized institution, international institution, that we have lots of reference and guidelines, especially on ethical issues. So we appreciate that your contribution to this institution. And well, we have some questions. First, I think that the ethical standardization, the ethical compliance of journals must be an important matter that journals should take seriously, because the problem is that it's very difficult if you travel to Mexico or to travel to Guatemala or to other country. Countries, the government handles these requirements in a different way. So And that's the reason why the innovative things that in the medical field have journals have done have contributed quite a lot to the editorial world. So I think it's very important that this standardization, well, we have some already, but I think it should be extended to other disciplines and to have this legislation in every country that could be followed. Because as you mentioned, this is a very important thing that it's very complicated in some countries, but it's different in other countries. So even, for instance, in Guatemala, we don't have this. If you go to Europe, for instance, Czech Republic or Spain, you can see that they have the ethical committees that are local or national, which is a very good thing, because if you want to conduct a research, this is the first step. You have to submit this proposal before thinking that you're going to start with a research project. So I think it's very important that in the medical field you can promote this standardization, because it's really needed, really needed. For instance, I can testify the consents, the informed consents in Guatemala are just recently being used, which is a good thing, but in the past it was not required. So I think it's important to promote this, advocate for this standardization on these ethical guidelines and the regulatory things that are needed in the legislation. And I think that concerning the peer reviewers, the rewards that SIG have thought about, it's really a good strategy, because this is a problem for mostly all journals worldwide, and I think it's important to have this kind of rewards. We can hear projects from Italian editors, such as reviewer credits or other initiatives to reward the work, the hard work that peer reviewers are doing. So it's an excellent initiative from ASIG, and I think it should be disseminated to other journals in the US to promote, and maybe you can do a cluster thing with other journals to cooperate and maybe do some kind of strategy for all peer reviewers that can be rewarded in all other journals. Concerning other aspects, for instance, what about, you mentioned retractions and corrections, which is very important. I think journals should not be afraid of this. In the other way, it should be encouraged, because this is needed. Post-publication peer review is really important, because your editors are not perfect. Editorial teams might miss something, and there is always the eye of an expert who can scrutinize the research works published in a journal. So how do you, or what is the approach that you use concerning the corrections and retractions? What strategies do you use in order to have this done correctly?
I think that's a really good point. I think you're absolutely right that journals should not be afraid of corrections or retractions, because those are important. And we wouldn't want to, it's better to, even if it takes a hit to your reputation, it's better to make sure that you are addressing issues that come in instead of leaving bad science out there. So we encourage feedback. Any email that comes in that comments on an article that was published, we review. We also encourage people to write letters to the editor, and we review those, and our editor-in-chief reviews those. And if an issue is brought up that seems more of an ethical issue as opposed to an opinion, then that's something that we'll look into. Anytime an author asks us to correct something, we take that seriously. We'll look at is it a minor correction? For example, the affiliation was inappropriately recorded. Does that affect the research? Does it affect the article? Does that change the integrity of the article? If it doesn't, then it's very easy for us to put out a correction, and we do it quickly. I send it immediately to the publisher, or if somebody contacts our publisher and says something, he'll immediately contact me. We have it written up and it'll go in the next issue. So we do handle things efficiently, and we make sure that we're being really thorough about looking into things and determining what steps need to be taken. And we do have I think a 97% acceptance rate for letters to the editor, because we want to make sure that for things that do not need to be corrected or do not need to be retracted, but maybe people just have differing opinions on, we want to make sure those opinions are put out there, those comments get out there, so people can make their own interpretations. And then we always invite the original authors to reply so that they can there can be a discussion going on. So as long as everything is correct and the science is sound, we will not make a correction or retraction, but we will open that dialogue so that people can express their opinions.
Exactly. I think it's very important, and I can mention the culture in the Americas is quite different, because I've studied and lived in the Czech Republic for 16 years. There you are expected to be destroyed by the opponent, the one who reviews your thesis, your dissertation, and this is quite expected. So I think criticisms are good and encouraged to improve the work and try to correct the issues, because this is one of the main aims in all scholarly publishing, to disseminate scientific knowledge, filtering errors. And this is something that might happen after the work is published. Concerning the authorship, I can recommend credit, which is one strategy to request authors to give statements about what they did and the contributions to the study. So this is something that could be implemented. And concerning the data, concerning the data manipulation that you mentioned, I can give testimony about how in Europe this is well handled, because they have some kind of repository, especially in Germany. You can count some of them that they receive this data sets from researchers. So some journals they request the authors to send the data set to this specially repository of data sets and other things, and they provide the UI and publish under certain conditions, because some data sets are under certain embargo and cannot be immediately published. But this is a good strategy, because I have seen some journals that they don't add DOIs to the data set, and I think it's important, because nowadays you can see more and more researchers are citing data sets that are published and available for other researchers. And this is what is expected, to have this information available if you want to make a replication of something, a contribution, an extension, partial or a complete extension of the study. So this is something important to have. So I think it's relevant. And I think the strategy that you mentioned concerning the plagiarism check, it's correct. And it's good that in the US it's not a legal offense, because in other countries such as Mexico, you can find that it is indeed a legal offense. And it's an ethical issue. Since you are an expert on this topic, it's important to emphasize. However, sometimes you can fall into copyright infringement, because when you have plagiarism, it's very likely that when you have copyright infringement, it's likely that you have plagiarism as well. But it's a complex issue, but I think the problem nowadays is that it's very easy to copy and paste, and although you are trying to paraphrase, sometimes it's very difficult. Certain things are not possible to paraphrase. So, but it's very relevant that, and a good thing that Turnitin is providing this service, especially through Crossref. It's enabling journals to use at low cost, which is very important to use. So I think it's important to remark as well. It's not just Turnitin, as you mentioned. It's important to scroll the paper and see the issues, and provide feedback to the authors in order to improve the originality of the text that they're writing. So I think it's very, very certain and accurate what you mentioned. It doesn't matter the size of the index. It matters what is written. So that's very important to emphasize. I think Leah, I think Taissa has some question to Ms. Kinnan. Leah, are you there?
Yes, we do have one question. So the question is, when or if you reject a paper due to plagiarism, do you specifically explain this as the justification for rejection in the letter? How do you go by if authors challenge that decision? And can you share the authenticate screenshot, for example?
Yes, so that's a really good question. We actually, this is one of the reasons why we check for plagiarism on every submission, is not only just to address that immediately, but it's also to stop bad habits or unethical behavior from occurring in the future. So, you know, it's really doing a service to the field as a whole for us to catch them, even if we wouldn't, even if it was a paper that was never going to get accepted anyway. If we catch the plagiarism immediately and do something about it, maybe that will discourage them from submitting that plagiarized article someplace else, or submitting future work that's plagiarized. So that's kind of a twofold reason why we do that immediately. We do take it very seriously. The first thing we will do is we'll look to see how bad the plagiarism is. How intentional does this look? Is it just a case of they probably should have rewarded that a little bit more, and like maybe it was unintentional. What we'll start out by doing is we'll go to the author and tell them that this is not acceptable. You need to reword it, and we can provide them with the report so that they can see what they did wrong. If they do dispute it, what we might end up, or actually if they dispute it or they don't respond to us, we do ask them to respond to us and explain why they have plagiarized something. And if there is not a reasonable explanation, then we will take it to their institution and inform the institution that one of their employees is doing something unethical. So we do take it very seriously, and we do take steps, but our first step is to reach out to the person, show them what they've done wrong, and ask them to explain it. And if they cannot justify it and say, oh, this was an innocent mistake, or I didn't realize, or I guess I didn't reword it well enough, or forgot to put in quotes. If they can't give us a logical explanation or ignore us, that's when we start taking real steps to combat this.
Thank you. Just one remark, since we had an event concerning academic integrity and plagiarism Karen Botsford and Laurel Reed from University of East Anglia, they mentioned that, what did they mention? About the plagiarism thing. I forgot. I lost the idea. I had it in my mind. But it's about how this ethical strikes might, because they're training healthcare students at the university. So they mention about some of the strikes that might happen during the plagiarism thing. But they mention AI. So this is the problem that we have nowadays, and it's very difficult to detect. So I think it's important to consider this as well. Well, I can try to remember the idea, but anyway, we would like to thank you, Ms. Kinnan. We are very pleased to have you today at the event, and we hope that we will have you presenting in our following events in next years. So thank you very much.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
It's an honor, as we mentioned earlier, to have well-renowned experts today at this conference. And practices within editorial workflow oriented to published high-quality papers are essential. However, scholarly journals in the Latin American region always suffer from funding issues, editorial teams with lack of training and adequate support. Therefore, some of these practices might be compromised. Thus, we have conducted a study that is going to be presented at the event. I'm going to present the topic titled Current Practices in Mexican and Guatemalan Scholarly Journals. One of our colleagues, Carla, has prepared a video introducing it. Let's proceed to watch the video.
Welcome back, colleagues. OpenCiencia is pleased to have renowned presenters from around the globe at the 3rd International Conference on Peer-Reviewed Scholarly Publishing. Mexico and Guatemala have seen an increase in new scholarly journals. For instance, the ISSN International Center indicated that in 2000, there were registered 323 and 15 scholarly journals in Mexico and Guatemala respectively. In contrast, in 2021 the number of scholarly journals increased to 1323 in Mexico and 98 in Guatemala. Nonetheless, practices have been challenged by issues that scholarly journals have faced throughout their existence. Therefore, we have invited an expert on this topic, Dr. Humberto Aguilera, who is going to illustrate us about the current practices in Mexican and Guatemalan scholarly journals. During his stay in Mexico for 5 years, Dr. Aguilera studied a bachelor and master's degree in psychology from Ibero-American University of Puebla. He also conducted advanced studies in the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Afterwards, he got a scholarship to study in the Czech Republic. He holds a Ph.D. in social psychology from Masaryk University. Dr. Aguilera lived in the Czech Republic for 16 years. He was an instructor and researcher at University of New York in Prague and Charles University. He has been an academic mentor of bachelor, master, and Ph.D. students among different European and Latin American universities. Likewise, he was the editor-in-chief of Revista Internacional de Psicología for 20 years. He gained experience in the editorial work and evaluation of research projects. Dr. Aguilera has also worked as a consultant for NGOs in different countries such as the Research Center of Human Development and Society in Guatemala. Likewise, he was a clinical monitor associate at Syneos Health working on the development of new drugs. In 2019, Dr. Aguilera founded the academic organization called OpenCiencia, a sponsoring organization from Crossref. The organization has been providing solutions to issues that editorial teams, universities, researchers, and students are currently facing in their work. Currently, OpenCiencia is working in more than 8 countries working together with editorial teams, universities, and researchers. Dr. Aguilera is currently located in Guatemala, although he often travels to Salvador, Mexico, and the Czech Republic. He is today with us presenting the topic called Current Practices in Mexican and Guatemalan Scholarly Journals. Please welcome Dr. Aguilera.
Thank you, Carla. Since I cannot present at the same time, I have pre-recorded my presentation, so I hope you will enjoy it. So let's proceed to watch the presentation. Good morning. I'm going to present the topic concerning current practices in Mexican and Guatemalan scholarly journals. Let's begin with a short introduction about the practices in scholarly journals. Practices among scholarly journals don't necessarily involve best practices. For instance, Barker and Thayer in 2014 indicated that there is a lack of consistency within the review process across some journals. This lack of consistency could impose some risks and be influenced by certain biases. For example, authors such as Epstein in 1990 found that journals are more likely to accept fake articles with positive outcomes rather than negative ones. Thus, practices within scholarly journals have important effects on what is published. Braden and colleagues in 2023 pointed out that the quality of studies published in a scholarly journal is linked to the quality of editorial practices. For instance, the more meticulous the editors are detecting errors in submissions, the higher the odds of publishing high-quality studies. Hence, it is important that editorial teams adhere to best practices. Otherwise, it negatively affects the dissemination of science and the trust in science. Braden and colleagues in 2023 specified that authors getting published in journals that don't have implemented good editorial practices is a waste of funds and findings. In addition, Braden and colleagues pointed out that poor quality journals could have a negative effect on the quality of science where it's published. However, adherence to best practices is not an easy task. In the Latin American region, Aguilera Revelo in 2022 discovered that editorial teams suffer from lack of training and funding. Therefore, it is likely that current practices within scholarly journals in the Latin American region, including Mexico and Guatemala, depart from good practices. Let's review the research question for this study. The research question is the following. What are the current practices in Mexican and Guatemalan scholarly journals? Now, let's review the aims of the study. The aim of the study was addressing the current practices in Mexican and Guatemalan scholarly journals. Now, let's check the operational definition of main variables. We have just one variable, and it is practices in scholarly journals. Current practices in scholarly journals were operationalized in terms of the following aspects within the editorial workflow. The first, journal software use. The second aspect is submissions. The third one, journal metrics. The fourth, peer review. The fifth, acceptance of works. The sixth, communication compliance. The seventh, ethical and regulatory research compliance. The ninth, editorial team. The 10th aspect is originality compliance. The following aspect is outputs. In other words, publishing format. publishing file format, dates, copyright and licensing, and conflict of interest and research funding statements. The following aspect is endogenous publications. The other one, journal funding, such as funding from the publisher, from APCs, or whether the journal is subscription-based. And the last aspect is access to works. Now, let's check the research design employed in this study. Concerning the design, this research study employed a quantitative descriptive study to empirically assess the research question. It was selected this research design due to its simplicity and time limitations to carry out the study. Now, let's review the units of analysis considered in this study. The units of analysis were scholarly journals in Mexico and Guatemala. The universe consisted of 1323 and 98 scholarly journals from Mexico and Guatemala, respectively. A convenient sample of 11 scholarly journals was obtained based on the following inclusion criteria. The first one, the journal publishes academic works. The second one, the journal has an ISSN. And the last inclusion criteria was the publisher is from Mexico and Guatemala. Now, let's check the procedure and analysis employed in this study. As regards the procedure to carry out the study, the first step entailed sending invitations to editors-in-chief of scholarly journals that met the inclusion criteria. The second step involved receiving an email from editors-in-chief confirming their willingness to participate in the study. Thus, informed consents were sent and separate interviews were scheduled with each editor-in-chief. The third step involved interviewing editors-in-chief individually. Responses for each aspect of the editorial workflow were collected in terms of frequencies. Afterwards, it was computed the percentage of each aspect. Let's check the results of the current study. The results are presented based on the aspects within the editorial workflow. The results are presented in 3 clusters. Let's check the first cluster of results. Within the first cluster of results, we find the journal software use. Concerning the journal software use, the journal software can be used for submissions and peer review. In addition, it can be employed for communications with authors and peer reviewers. As regards submissions, most editors, in other words, 54.55% of the sample, use journal management software for this purpose. However, more than a third of the sample, 36.36%, mentioned that they partially used journal software for this aim. Concerning communication with authors and peer reviewers, 36.36% of editors indicated that they employed journal management software for this aim. Other 36.36% of editors stated that they partially use it for communication purposes. Respecting peer review, most editors, 63.64% of the sample, indicated that they use journal software for this purpose. Now, let's address submissions. As regards submissions, there are certain criteria for suitable submissions. Whether the journal accepts submissions with published preprints, whether the journal requests authors to provide supplementary data, sign copyright and licensing agreement, rejections, and journal sections. Let's begin with criteria on suitability for submissions. As regards the criteria on suitable submissions, 81.82% of editors indicated that they consider a submission as suitable if it complies with the submission requirements. As regards a submission with a published preprint, most editors, 54.55% of the sample, indicated that they do not accept this case scenario. Requesting authors to provide supplementary data with submissions, 72.73% of editors indicated that they do not have implemented this practice. Let's check other aspects such as design, copyright, and licensing agreement. Concerning requesting authors to sign the copyright and licensing agreement along with the submission, 70% stated that they in fact have implemented this practice. As regards rejections, we ask editors to provide reasons and state the person responsible for the rejections. Most editors, 40% of the sample, pointed out that the non-compliance of submission requirements is a cause of rejection of the submission. Other reasons are ethical violations, in other words, 20%, and authors refusing to do initial corrections, the other 20%. And the responsible for rejection, 80% of editors indicated that the responsible for rejecting a submission is the editor. Let's check the journal sections. As regards the journal sections, we asked editors to indicate whether there are journal sections, sections relevant to the discipline, whether their section is not peer reviewed, and the presence of section editors. As regards the journal sections, most editors, 90% of the sample, stated that their journal has in fact some sections. Concerning the relevance of sections, all editors indicated that the original research studies is the one more contributing to the discipline. Less than half of the sample, 40%, of editors mentioned that there are non-peer review sections in the journal. As regards section editors, most editors, 60% of the sample, pointed out that there are section editors within the editorial team. Now, let's check some important journal metrics. With respect to journal metrics, there are ones related to submissions, rejections, and published works. As concerned annual submissions to journals, the mean was 48 with a standard deviation of 31.27. The minimum number of submissions was 15 and the maximum number was 120. Regarding annual rejections, editors reported a median of 10.5 with a standard deviation of 16.9. The minimum number of rejections was 0 and the maximum number was 60. With respect to published works for a year, the mean was 31 with a standard deviation of 20.29. The minimum number of published works was 8 and the maximum was 68. In addition, we asked about published works for issue. As regards the published works for issue, editors reported a median of 9 with a standard deviation of 6.86. The minimum number of published works for issue was 5 and the maximum number was 25. Now let's review the peer review of journals. As regards peer review, we ask editors concerning the type of peer review, meaning of double-blind peer review, whether they published a public list of peer reviewers in a journal, whether they provide peer reviewers metrics, whether they use the same peer reviewer during all rounds, whether they invite editorial board members to peer review works, whether they think that peer reviewers should be external, whether peer reviewers can reject works, whether they consider peer reviewers as experts, the academic degree of peer reviewers, whether they reward peer reviewers, and if they have trouble finding peer reviewers. Let's begin with the type of peer review. As regards the type of peer review, most editors, 90% of the sample, indicated that they have implemented the double-blind peer review process in the journal. We also ask editors about the meaning of double-blind peer review, and concerning the meaning, all the sample of editors explained that it means that the identity of authors and peer reviewers is kept confidential by the editor. Concerning the display of a public list of peer reviewers, most editors, 80% of the sample, indicated that they published a list of them in the journal. Editors published the list despite of the fact of potential conflict of interest. Let's check some peer review metrics. There are some important peer review metrics, such as the days to start the peer review process, the minimum number of peer reviewers that they use, the number of rounds of peer review, and the number of reviewers per round. The first metric is the days to start peer review. As regards the days to start peer review process, editors indicated a mean of 19.6 days with a standard deviation of 20.03 days. The minimum number of days to start the peer review process was 1 day, and the maximum number was 60. Concerning the minimum number of peer reviewers, editors pointed out a median of 2 with standard deviation of 0.32. The minimum number of peer reviewers was 1 and maximum of 2. Concerning the rounds during the peer review process, editors stated that it was required a median of 2 rounds with a standard deviation of 0.52. The minimum number of rounds was 1 and the maximum of 2. And considering the reviewers per round, editors stated a median of 2 experts per round with a standard deviation of 0.48. The minimum number of peer reviewers per round was 1 and the maximum number was 2. So we have other aspects, such as same peer reviewers in different rounds of peer review. So in this case, most editors, 70% of the sample, indicated that they do in fact use the same reviewers throughout all the peer review process in the different rounds. These results showed a role in practice. Well, different reviewers are expected in different rounds of the peer review process. Concerning editorial board members, requesting editorial board members to peer review works, 60% of editors stated that they do in fact use this role in practice. Editorial board members must not peer review works of the journal that they belong to. As regards asking editors whether peer reviewers must be external from the publisher, most of the sample, 60% of editors, stated that peer reviewers must be external. There are other aspects of peer review, such as rejections. Concerning rejection of submissions, most editors, 70% of the sample, mentioned that peer reviewers can reject submissions. This incorrect belief is troubling. Peer reviewers can make recommendations, editors can accept and reject submissions. Concerning reviewers as experts, we ask editors concerning peer reviewers as experts, and most editors, 80% of the sample, stated that peer reviewers are experts on the topic that they are peer reviewing. As regards qualifications, Editors indicated that 90% of peer reviewers have doctorate. Concerning peer reviewers, 40% of editors stated that they provide monetary or non-monetary rewards to peer reviewers. And the issue on the trouble finding peer reviewers, most editors, 80% of the sample, indicated that they do have this issue. Let's check the second cluster of results. So, with respect to acceptance of works, there are important metrics such as the submission to acceptance and the one responsible for acceptance. So, as regards the days from submission to acceptance, editors indicated that it takes a mean of 76.67 days with a standard deviation of 35.36 days. The minimum number of days from submission to acceptance was 30 and the maximum was 120. Concerning the ones responsible for acceptance of works, 60% of editors indicated that the one who can accept the work is the editor. However, 30% of editors stated that editors and peer reviewers can accept the work. It is important to note that peer reviewers can make recommendations. Editors can accept submissions. Let's check the communication compliance of the journals. As regards the communication compliance, it involves the communication from authors to others and peer reviewers to others. Respecting communication from authors to others, most editors, 40% of the sample, indicated that the issue of authors using offensive messages have never happened in the journal. Nonetheless, 30% of editors pointed out that comments are not sent to peer reviewers if authors use offensive messages. In addition, 20% of editors explained that submissions are rejected if authors send offensive messages to peer reviewers. Concerning peer reviewers sending offensive messages to others, 50% of the sample of editors stated that they can tell the outcome since it has never happened to them. However, 20% of editors indicated that the peer reviewer is withdrawn from the peer review process if the situation eventually happened. Other 20% of editors mentioned that offensive comments from peer reviewers are not sent to authors. Let's check the ethical and regulatory research compliance. Ethical and regulatory research compliance involves ethical violation check in research regulatory compliance, informed consent, fabrication of results check, and offensive labeling of participants check. Concerning ethical violations in research, most editors, 90% of the sample, stated that the submission is rejected if an ethical violation in research is discovered. Nonetheless, 10% of editors indicated that authors will be contacted to amend the issue. As regards the research regulatory compliance, 60% of editors stated that they check if authors complied with regulations to carry out research. With respect to informed consent, most editors, 80% of the sample, mentioned that they do check that authors provided the informed consents to participants. The rest, 20% of editors, stated that informed consents don't apply to their scholarly journals. Within other ethical and regulatory research compliant aspects, there are fabrication of results check and offensive labeling of participants. So, concerning fabrication of results, most editors, 60% of the sample, described that they do in fact check whether this issue is present in the submissions. As regards offensive labeling, all editors stated that they do check whether there are derogatory labels of participants in the research reports. As regards the editorial team, we asked editors to disclose information if the journal has a copy editor, proofreader, and layout designer. In addition, we requested editors to provide some metrics such as the hours devoted to the journal, size of the editorial team, and the team member most active. Besides editors and reviewers, there are other editorial team members such as the copy editor, proofreader, and layout designer. With respect to the copy editor, 70% of editors indicated that they do have one. Regarding the proofreader, half of the sample stated that they have in fact one. As concerns the layout designer, most editors, 80% of the sample, indicated that they have one. With respect to the time focused on the journals, editors stated that they spent 19.8 hours per week with a standard deviation of 17.18 hours. The minimum hours that editors devote to the journal was 2 and the maximum was 56. As regards the size of the editorial team, excluding board members and peer reviewers, editors indicated that there is a median of 4.5 members with a standard deviation of 7.96. The minimum number of team members is 2 and the maximum was 25. As regards the most active editorial team members, 80% of editors indicated that editors are the most active ones, following translators and others. So, with respect to originality compliance, we ask editors to provide information about the timing of plagiarism check, the plagiarism tool that they use, whether they provide an originality report, and a second chance to authors to improve plagiarism issues. So the first is timing. As regards timing of plagiarism check, most editors, 60% of the sample, indicated that they carry out this step right after submission. Other 20% stated that they proceed with this step before initiating peer review, and the other 20% of the sample indicated that complete this step after the peer review process is completed. With respect to the plagiarism tool, it's not a surprise that 60% of editors stated that they use Turnitin. Concerning the originality report of the work, most editors concerning the originality report, half of the sample of editors indicated that they provide to authors a written report about the originality of the submission. As regards a second chance to improve the originality of the work, most editors, 80% of the sample, stated that they give a second chance to authors to improve the originality of the work. With respect to outputs, in scholarly journals, we ask editors about the publishing file format, dates about the submission, acceptance and publication of works, copyright and licensing, and conflict of interest and funding. As regards the publishing file format, most editors, 60% of the sample, indicated that they publish works with several formats such as PDFs, HTMLs, and XMLs. The other 40% of editors stated that they publish works only using PDFs. With respect to submission, acceptance, and publishing dates, all editors stated that they indeed displayed these dates on published works. So we asked also editors about copyright and licensing of works. As regards copyright, all editors indicated that they displayed copyright ownership on the works. And concerning licensing, most of the sample, 80% of editors, stated that they indeed displayed licensing of works. With respect to conflict of interest, 60% of editors indicated that they request this information to the author. And regarding funding, all editors stated that they request this information to the author. Concerning endogenous publications, editors indicated a median of 10 works with a standard deviation of 24 published by editorial team members. Editors reported published works by editorial team members with a minimum of 0 works and a maximum of 80. As regards journal funding, we asked editors to provide information about the funding of the journal, whether it comes from the publisher, from article processing charges, or subscriptions. Concerning funding, most editors, 80% of the sample, stated that the journal is funded by the publisher. As regards article processing charges, most editors, 90% of the sample, stated that they do not have these charges in the journal. And with respect to subscription, all editors indicated that the journal is not subscription-based. As regards access to works, all editors indicated that their journals are immediate open access. So let's discuss these results and make some conclusions. So there are certain practices that are worrisome. For instance, most scholarly journals in the sample don't request supplementary data to authors during the submission. There is no other way to verify the results reported in studies are accurate unless editors can reproduce the analysis. Therefore, it is a common practice in scholarly journals to provide data within the supplementary files provided during the submission. Another problematic practice found in this study is 60% of journals requesting editorial board members to peer review papers. Hames, in 2007, indicated that peer review must involve external experts to review papers. In addition, Hames explained that external means external, not a member of the publisher, preventing conflict of interests and in the peer review process. Although the majority of editors agree on this point, the best practice has not been correctly implemented. It is interesting to note that the majority of editors, in other words 70%, believe that peer reviewers can accept or reject submissions. Hames explained that peer reviewers make recommendations, editors make decisions. Therefore, peer reviewers can make recommendations yet not accept nor reject submissions. The ones who can accept and reject submissions are the editors. In addition, it is worrisome that 40% of journals did not check whether studies meet the research regulatory requirements. It is the job of the editor-in-chief or section editor to verify that the study was carried out meeting ethical and legal standards on studies that involve human subjects or animals. These regulations are becoming more regular in legislations across countries. Although there are no national ethical committees in Mexico and Guatemala, there are some of them within certain institutions. Concerning other results, it is troubling that the fabrication of results it is not checked. It is more and more common that tools such as artificial intelligence is facilitating the fabrication of data. Thus, editors should be more concerned about these unethical practices among scholars. Based on the results of the study, we recommend providing feedback to journals that have implemented some practices that depart from the best practices recommended to scholarly journals. Thank you for your attention. We are looking forward to hearing questions. Thank you for your attention. This is this study is quite relevant. I know that this sample is quite small. However, well, the issue is that we are decades behind how editorial teams work in other countries such as the US or Europe. So we have certain challenges. We work with editorial teams in order to comply and implement best practices. However, the lack of training, sometimes it's the main issue because they have certain thoughts about how the editorial process must be done, and sometimes it makes big issues. Therefore, we supervise. Well, if we are cooperating with a certain journal, we kind of have this supervision of how they work, and we make the recommendations right away in order to avoid future issues. So it's not that easy because it's complicated to work with all the editorial teams, and also for them it's difficult to work with authors. This is starting, I think, this trend, the publishing of scientific findings is very recent, especially due to the use of journal management software such as Open Journal Systems, which was created 23 years ago by Public Knowledge Project. And interestingly, in the Latin American region, we can see that open access has been popularized, and what I mentioned specifically of the article processing charges, maybe it's a correction about what I mentioned during my presentation, is that it's not very common to see scholarly journals in Latin America with APCs or with subscription-based. It's very rare since most of the publishers are universities, and they provide funding to the journal, the expenses. However, most of the editors-in-chief work for free. They have devoted some hours. It's not so common to see editors-in-chief, especially in Mexico and Guatemala, that are paid for this job. Therefore, they have other responsibilities in the job position that they have at the university, and they devote some hours to the journal, and they always complain that they don't have so much time, and the funding is not sufficient. So we are trying to give them some tools in order to have a funding model, a suitable one, in order to have these issues resolved. And you can see in the presentation that there are some mistakes, well-known mistakes that we are repeating over and over and over in order to correct these issues. For instance, editorial board members, peer reviewing, this is not correct, it's not advisable, and I think they have to know about this. The problem is that it's very difficult to find experts in the region. You know that people with doctorate degrees is very we are not so many. We are even, for instance, I spent 21 years abroad, and I live in Mexico and the Czech Republic. In the Czech Republic, I stayed for 16 years, so there is this brain drainage, and countries are left with a few professionals with high expertise, and that's the reason why it's so difficult to find peer reviewers in the region. However, this trend is a bit changing since editorial teams are trying to find in other countries and see. And the problem also, as Dr. Vila mentioned, the language. You know, this is also a problem because the publication language, the predominant publication language is English. Most of the research is disseminated in English language, and Spanish is not as viewed as popular as a language to publish. Therefore, it is also problematic because it's very easy to find maybe an expert on certain topic to invite as peer reviewer to the journal, but sometimes it's very difficult since the problem is the language barrier. So I think it's important to remark these issues, and we know that we have lots of work to do with the editorial teams in order to comply with the best practices. We didn't want to carry out the event focusing on the best practices because these are well known, and however, the current practices, I think it's relevant to address and see how the strategies that certain journals are using in order to solve some problems. So we have certain challenges in Guatemala and Mexico, but we know that certain things are required to change. So we thank you for attending this presentation. I think, Leah, do you know if there is a question on the chat?
Yes, there is a question. So the comment is wonderful presentation, very interesting practices analysis. This indeed may help the journals to learn from one and others. As there are not clear guidelines on how to have journals, those creating journals have to use their imagination and others' templates. This is why this kind of revisions are so relevant. The involvement of governments into open access to guarantee access to information is crucial so we can guarantee better and higher impact research. What is your opinion on how to solve the crisis of access to gold open access journals and government-funded research from low and middle income countries?
Well, I think the strategy is the funding from the government. I think the money is there. And in order to get rid of these barriers, in order to access published works immediately, as Plan S is insistent so much, I think it's a good approach. I know that APC's article processing charges in other countries, in Europe, for instance, this is one of the issues, but they have an excellent approach in order to fund journals indirectly. For instance, they provide the funding to authors, and authors can pay these APCs without any issue. However, for golden open access, it's very difficult because publishers have to be very creative in order to get the funds. The funds are there. I can testify, I can assure that the funds are there. However, how the government is handling the money is truly bad. They invest in other things that maybe are not relevant. For instance, here they tend to, in Guatemala, they tend to let things get broken, and when really someone is killed by the fallen infrastructure, so it's the time when they start doing something. So this is maintenance. It's not a priority, which is a bad thing. So it's more costly to redo the things and over, and it's not the good strategy. So I think the money, I know that it's quite low. We presented in the previous event some metrics about the funding. It's incredible the amount of money that in the U.S. That the U.S. is providing for research and development. If you want to compare, so for instance, in Guatemala has less than 30,000 times less money on research and development. And curiously, in the U.S., the funding was increased due to after the Second World War, and mainly for research on the army. Yeah, so research on guns and things of the sort of these things. But when we pointed out this fact in the previous event, I mentioned as well that this funding helped universities to get more funding, and they actually researchers start to publishing more and more. Yeah, remember that peer review actually became popular during the 70s, especially due to the publishing. It was invented in the medical essence, the medical journal invented in the 1800th century, 18th century, sorry. And it was recently implemented in the 70s. So it's not that it has been, we have been peer reviewing journals since the 18th century. It's not true. So the funding on arms, it's the unintended effect, help universities to get more money for research, and it's a good thing. It's not ethical to invest on these things, but anyway, investing on research is quite relevant, since it's cheaper, far cheaper to have dedicated experts exploring, finding solutions to common issues, and it's cheaper to have them at home. So that is the thing that we want to create in these countries, to convince the government to invest more. I know it's quite low, but the publishers are quite creative. Editorial teams are quite creative to find solutions and continue the editorial projects. I think there is a second part in the question. Leah, can you repeat this second part, please? Leah, are you there? Okay, so let's read the second part, because... Okay, so the involvement of governments into open access to guarantee access to information is crucial. Yes. So we can guarantee better and higher impact research. Yes, it's true. The problem is that the funding for these editorial projects for publishers, this has been the main problem since it got popular. The opinion to solve the crisis of golden access, I think, to give funding to publishers to publish in open access, because it's beneficial, it's cheaper for everyone, and it's a win-win situation. Yeah, and government funding research for low and middle income countries. Yes. So how to solve the government-funded research? Well, maybe creating an extra tax, or trying to convince the private sector to invest on this. I think this is a very, very well suitable solution that is very, very common and implemented for years. They have been implemented this strategy in the European Union. I can mention that this is an excellent point because when private sector needs something, they can go to the research groups at universities are for their rescue. Yeah, so it's like a clientelar model that the company has some issues, so they need an expert to solve these issues. So they usually go to universities, and universities, what they do there is to provide a list of research topics to master's and PhD students. So in that way, well, they cooperate, they work with the principal investigator in the research team, and they try to carry out applied research. So it's very virtuous, this cycle of cooperation. And at the end, in certain occasions, the student, the PhD or the master's student, is paid for their work, which is an excellent approach. So I think it's a good strategy. It's not that expensive to implement. It's just trying to make this cooperation between universities, private sector, and the government in order to work together. Since we already paying taxes, lots of taxes. Maybe in some countries we don't pay so much taxes, but I think taxes can be well channeled to fund research teams. So if we don't have these experts, the leaders at home, it's more expensive to bring experts from abroad, and therefore it's not a convenient solution. So I think the open access journals, the golden open access journals, should be funded in this way as well. Yeah, so APCs are not bad. Yeah, so but there are other ways to fund them. So it's possible. So and I think the priority is to focus on publishing high quality works, which is very difficult in the region because, as I mentioned, we don't have so many experts at home, so we have to rely on others in other countries. So I think this is the only question. If there are no other questions, we thank you all for being at the event. So our next hour will be devoted to a roundtable that will be carried out in Spanish language. So we thank all English-speaking participants for being here, and we will continue with the roundtable in Spanish.
Okay.
Muy bien.
Now we're going to continue in Spanish because we will have a roundtable with editors we have invited. We only have 3 editors as of right now. They're waiting to participate. And so let's begin. Yes, we apologize that it's only in Spanish, but we can translate this with no problem. So I'm just going to explain how this is going to be working, how the roundtable is going to be working. So the roundtable should be for 1 hour. Everyone will have the opportunity to talk, and each intervention that you will have will be of around 5 minutes. We have more than 10 questions, and in terms of time for your participation, It will be a timer that will tell you the time. We'll have two moderators, me and our colleague Gabi Texucano, that is going to be helping us with as a moderator. The questions are related with practices in editorial works. So we would like for you to participate and to share your comments and your questions and your doubts. So the first question that we're going to be posing to you in terms of with editorial projects, what are the main difficulties that you have in the journal, and what are you doing to fix them? That's our first question. Who would like to participate first? Sure, someone? Well, good afternoon. First, I would like to say thank you for this invitation. From all the way Universidad Tecnológica de Israel, that I am the editor. Thank you for inviting me here. And hi to all of the different participants. In terms of this question, that I think is something that is very important to analyze in terms of the main difficulties. One of the main issues in the journal is the availability of everyone that reviews. I think it's something very difficult for editors when we first start. When you first start in a journal, that's where you need to ask people, because indexing starts from the bottom. But once you already have the indexing from 2.0, Cielo and EdiPlus, that's when you start there. And as we will say, you have a safety net of different articles that are going to be published. But what happens? There's where we have one of the main issues
with peer reviewers.
Because a lot of the times we have a database, but they will say, no, I cannot help, even though they're part of the database. So what's been happening to fix this issue is to make strategic alliances with the university. So it's not profit, and we don't have one specific aspect
to pay to these peer reviewers.
What we have is a certificate that we give this in the name of providing information to science. So we are doing these strategies with other universities that will follow the same line, that there is not a way
to pay to peer reviewers.
So we can interchange
peer reviewers as well.
So we cannot mismatch where we share databases. I have a document that every professor from the university has signed, that they are committed, that when you require them, they're going to be able to help. Similarly, we created a document with our professors that are willing to help there. They say, I am willing to help in this university. But that's not exactly what fixes everything. We cannot say that we don't have issues with that, because even though we have that document anyway, sometimes certain problems may arise, like health problems or any unexpected issues. So sometimes I will say, sorry, I think it's going to be complicated to me. So if that happens, we try to find someone else. But what happens when they don't even answer? Those having kind of like the issues. So, and the time, because we need to wait, and we send emails.
We need to contact a third peer reviewer.
If that person actually helps us, that's great. Then now we have 3. It's okay. But we try to fix in that way, so in terms of time are fulfill what is established by the journal, and so they can actually become successful. So that's kind of like an issue. Another issue, one of the main issues in the journal is the kind of like the administrator of the open journal system. I can tell you more about this, about the stories with us and how we started, but that topic that we have created, well, we have created a team. Now we have a consolidated team, but we still have some issues because the programmer, like the technician in this aspect, because we have been customizing certain elements into the platform. It came out that he had a fixed contract for X reason, and now he's working with us as a freelance. That's when we have those issues, and we don't have a kind of like a set of instructions. So you need to start working on that. What you need to do is to restructure everything. So we have been having in these last 15 days this issue. We're trying to see, we're going to fix this and to have a new person. And this is, it gives you an experience and an idea that we need someone to be full-time with us. A proofreader or a internal and external, and that's the range of kind of issues that we have. Thank you. Yes, Dr. Bonilla. It's not exactly a counter response, but our perspective, I think that every journal...
We suffer in terms of peer reviewers.
As Dr. Vila mentioned, in terms of the time, the editorial time.
In terms of peer reviewers,
the last resource that we use, and is the last one, is to tell the author, please look for among your professors someone that is not the author of this article, but that can actually
peer review
the document. And of course, we ask them to be part of the university official. In terms of the research world, we can find lots of different things. And sadly, the predator culture has been affecting a lot of different aspects of human beings' life. For instance, we once got emails with the name of the professor, and there were several of them. We are a student's journal, we are learning, but we are not naive. We need institutional email addresses. That for one side. I look up for what Dr. Weldon Egas mentioned, because we have been 10 years online, and we started this idea of we also handle the open journal system, and this is a wonderful platform, but it is very difficult to actually to use it if you are not actually someone that is into programming and systems. Not even experts dare to go there, because this platform, it's in a language that not everyone knows how to use. Nevertheless, what we've done, and I totally understand, because we, during those 10 years, we lost the journal for a couple of times. Once it was, there was one modification to the platform, to the open journal system, and we received an attack from hackers, and of course we had backups, but editorial process was loss of certain articles, for instance. And we have tried to avoid this by having as a publisher the University of Oxford. But it was just sheer luck, because I was doing my doctorate over there, my Ph.D. over there, and I was looking for a journal. When I find this small journal in the open journal system, something very simple, because it's only for journals over there. It has nothing that is nice, nothing extra, like very well designed webpage. And I was surprised that it's PubMed, and I was even more surprised when I realized that it was in Pittsburgh. So I contact them, and they tell me that the university is a publisher. They do peer review with us, and that's how we were accepted to be published, and they are in charge of the open journal system. I have tried, before that, I tried to look for freelancers but they wouldn't dare to do that. It is quite a challenge. What they have always recommended us is that not to touch the open journal system once up until they say, oh, we actually trust this version, because the open journal system is always telling you, please update, but it is better to be a little bit far away from it. Some other issues that we have found as a journal, for instance, and this is again to these predatory practices, is that people do not understand that it's not ethical to send an article to more than one journal. So once this happened, that an author sent the article to our journal and it went to 3 different rounds, we actually accepted it. And then an editor from another journal said this author asked to rule out this article, and we were surprised that you actually published the article. So we went all the way through the editorial process, both journals, paying attention how they were trying to earn journals. We did 3 stages of reviewing, and of course at the end we published it. But we sent a letter to the university telling them all of the research that we had to go through in terms of that practice or that inconvenience. We didn't get an answer from the university. Nevertheless, it's something that we actually worry about. This idea that people is not being taught on how to actually do research in an ethical way, how to actually be respectful towards someone else's work, and to have empathy, because editors are working for free in journals, is for free. This is volunteering. Let's do this right, and please be respectful with the rules. Thank you.
Cómo hacer investigación y cómo respetar el trabajo del otro y cómo ponerse en los zapatos del otro en esta empatía de, mire, los editores están trabajando gratis, las revistas no están cobrando, esto es voluntariado, hagámoslo bien y respetemos pues las normas. Gracias.
It's very interesting to see how this problem of finding people to go through the reviewing and to get them, and these predatory practices, as you mentioned, how certain authors are very adamant to be published because certain countries have encouraged the publishing peers because they ask them to actually publish so they can graduate, or etc. And they had this wrong idea that they still send the article at the same time, as if no one is going to realize. The truth is that it's just this is something usual. Complaints that are quite usual, that they will say, this is what is happening, this is an issue, and it has been happening for a while. And what matters here is that to look for different ways of how can we teach or educate authors to avoid this, because it's quite troublesome. The evaluating peer, maybe Taissa, or in English or in Spanish, you can answer this. The issue that even though they actually pay to the peer reviewers, I think that even though they are paid, the issue is that they are quite busy, so they are not being paid enough. I don't know. Maybe Taissa can share some of her experience.
I truly apologize for not doing this in Spanish. I really wish I could, but my beginner's Spanish would be incomprehensible for you. And I think I agree a lot with what Francisco said about being a balance between being empathic and putting ourselves, like part of the editorial is put ourselves in the author's shoes and understand where they're coming when they question why it's taking so long and etc. But maintaining our editorial high standards of, I can't overcome the part of a peer review because I can't find someone. But on your question about the timing and not getting paid, I understand that the system is broken, and I think we will, in a couple of years, we will all need to reevaluate how we do this and what we can do to do this better, because it's unsustainable the way that we do things, that we use voluntary peer review, and we want this to be done as fast as possible. On the other side, that is free time from someone that we are using. We were going to have to find ways to retribute this to the reviewers. And I really like this discussion about the pay per revision, because it's borderline with how will we go by the ethics of that, and how we're going to approach conflict of interest on providing revision, and how that can become a source of bias evaluations. We have I can compare with our internal evaluation. Say our statisticians are paid, and they do deliver faster because they're getting paid for that job. But it's not always that we don't have a problem with them accepting, because there are a limited number of them and the increasing requests. So we are currently facing similar problems with getting them to accept to revise, even though they're going to get paid for it. So it's not only that. And there's more to the system that we're going to have to sit and see if we can do in a different way that's best for everybody. That's what I think the future will expect from us.
The approach that the IJMS is using, like helping the authors to fix the issues, it's not something that you do, isn't it?
No, we don't spend time with them before taking it to peer review, unless it's something that's essential. So, for example, I know that Stephanie mentioned some of the guidelines like strobe and checklists that we require them to upload. And that's very helpful for the reviewers. So if the authors don't have that, we will ask them to provide that and give some guidance on this initial process before going to peer review, but nothing like what he described with the students.
Thank you.
Dr. Bonilla, please tell us. Thank you. It's a very important issue to pay to peer reviewers or editors. In the editorial world, we can see everything because it's not very well regulated. So a few weeks ago, we were interviewing the editor-in-chief of Ophthalmology Journal, Dr. Russell Van Gelder, from the Washington University, and he was telling me that 1/3 of his salary is paid by the American Association of Ophthalmology, because he's the editor-in-chief of this journal. Of course, he reads more than 5,000 journals a year because they are sent to the journal, and he actually invests his time on there. When this was mentioned that Nature, the editor-in-chief, was paid, they asked the editor to resign. That was kind of like a scandal a few years ago. We don't know where this is leading to, but I've heard that rewarding incentive for this in order to be paid is not as effective, because it will create this change in reviewing, and this predator system that we don't know where is leading to. Something that I can think of and we haven't kind of like actually figured out is publications of the reviews. We have modern methods and academic methods. Like Dr. Valego Vanegas mentioned, we are linked to Fulong's Academic that later on became sponsors of Web Science, and they get the acknowledge that it was an online reviewing. Now, reviews are part of the Ors of Orchids. If you have this register, you can have your review over there. Maybe systems might tell one way to improve reviews, less bias, and allow it to have more views and that real recognition, is that the review should be a publication Right, so that is the publication and the review is next to it, because it is something that should be well made and it requires a lot of reviewing. So I've seen reviews of one paragraph, but I've also seen reviews of a full article analyzing, describing, and struggling with the author. So I think that this can actually help us out to be more visible, like, so to get more recognition, because it is not, it is impossible not to pay them, but it's also impossible to, or very difficult to pay them. So my journal will be dead immediately, because how can we pay to our viewers so he or she can review? Nevertheless, being visible of these things that reviews do is a tendency. And for instance, if I review for +1, I can tell them I want my review to be visible or not, or I want acknowledgement not for my review. So of course it's we might be afraid of getting a critic back or some bad feedback, because I don't want people to see what I said about this, because things we never know how, if someone is going to be judging me for what I did in the past, and there might be conflict of interest. This is from Bonilla. Please destroy this. So we are still, getting there without payment, but with electronic acknowledgement, because I think that this is a more, feasible future. Yes, thank you. I think that your idea is well delimited. In fact, that's one of the big editorial houses. Sorry, the big editorial houses are asking to Crossref to assign DOIs. The reports from this peer review that actually are part of the complementary data that journals are actually publishing to have more transparency. And this is very positive. In terms of paying or not paying, I think that it is true, because it is a big dilemma, between what Armelica says. I don't know if it's Amelica, I can't remember exactly, but it's this other side of this problem with the APCs. And I think that what is important is to, I don't know, create, to invent how European, something indirect. For instance, the doctorate degree, once you finish the doctorate degree, actually when you get into the academic tenure, this is the lowest level, and they have different levels that you can actually you obtain if you do more research, that you can actually present to a science academy, and you can get the professor degree or level, and that's kind of like the highest level. That is, something that is very important. And in all this academic tenure, you get higher payments in your salary. And the United States publishing pairs, it's very well known, and over there as well. What it is important is, in an indirect way, to give to the editorial part, or to the peer reviewers that are part of this process, to give certain rewards, but also not to get to the money to get compromised, or if this is going to make or cause any problems, or without money it might not be able to function, because what everyone says is that it's a lot of work, or is they don't have enough time. In academic integrity, we even say, certain authors have a long list of citations, and this is sadly something that exists, and then it becomes quite dishonest, this kind of practices. I don't know if any one of you have an opinion about this. Just a brief intervention. Not long ago, one of my student editors, he was offered to have a publication to a journal in exchange to pay the doctors to publish the article. It was very interesting because, of course, this boy was naive. He doesn't believe that this is a predatory attitude, but once that the journal is well positioned, that idea that he was paid to publish is going to be controversial. So it was very interesting to see that process of how naivety can play against us. So I think it's very important that we are educating from the lower levels or the basic levels to pay attention to these predatory intentions in terms of editorial values, and also what we really do, because nobody knows what the editor does. And the editor is kind of like a ghost. Who's the editor of this journal? Who published this? Yes, this, you can hear all of these names, but the editor is kind of like a ghost. Is someone else that no one notices, and we don't have an idea of all of the things that are behind that. So it's important to focus on do good research. So, like I've said before, but also to have this like complete culture, to learn how to recognize what are the perils once you get into the research world, because once you get there, what do you learn is what people is doing. So if sadly we are in a lab, in a publisher parish, you are only going to learn and replicate those practices or those attitudes. But if you are in a lab that is only focused on publishing in the big leagues, of course they will only be publishing over there. So before getting there, or getting into this of learning on what someone else learned, is better if we prepare or we train people better how to this to publish and ethics and etc.
Desde antes en qué es publicar, cómo es publicar, ética en investigación, etc.
Yes, thank you. From Colombia, what they're doing, since they are very young, kids, they are teaching kids how to do research, and that's great, because if you don't start early, then you won't be able to learn properly. Now Gabi is going to ask the next question. What have you been doing good as editors during your time in the journal? Well, I think that some question that when we say here in Ecuador, blow your own horn. I think that it's a complicated question to answer, because we prefer others to tell us what we're doing good, to get external feedback so we can continue with the question. I think one main important thing is this editorial world is as any other world, that with time there's a learning curve that is going up. Well, we were mentioning, I'm a system engineer, and you might think, what do we do? Well, I have studies in research, but I became an editor physical journal in 2014, and we wanted to change it into a digital one, and I was assigned editor in 2018. From there, we start researching myself, install all of the different systems at the university, setting everything. We don't have any equipment, a stylistic proofreader. I didn't know how they were doing before, So we started working, researching, and it's been a learning process. It's something very important that with time you get this, and you can start seeing, the rewards. One of the main supports, as Dr. Francisco mentioned, a lot of times we need to let other people help us, other institutions, companies that have been in knowledge, and we need to value this in this research world, because there's a lot of corruption for all of these predatory journals and what is being happening. There's a terrible uncertainty in terms of knowledge and science. So one of the main aspects was to find out with partnering journals and other institutions, let's see, what are the very first steps that we need to take. So we started doing that. Now I am an editor. We have 4 journals. I'm a general editor. We have 4 different editors for each journal. And now I think that is the editorial process, something that is very strict. That editorial process, and maybe in the next question we might be able to detail more about that influx, how is going to be, it is going to be developing from the start, that from the moment that we're giving all of the information about the platform, that the article gets in, and up until it said, okay, it's going to be published because it fulfills all of the requirements. Like Professor Dr. Francisco mentioned, the work of the editor is not actually very visible. And you might say, I don't know who is the editor, I don't know what he does, but imagine how can we guarantee the quality? And I also have this responsibility at the university, that I actually am in charge of all the quality aspects in the university. So in my mind, I'm only thinking about quality, how the continuous improvement processes that are enriching for us, for the different editors, for the staff, for other institutions. And yes, we're paying attention. Oh, this is something new. What is this other journal doing? Let's find out, and we start working. I think that's one of the main aspects. Additionally, what we've been doing, and we have been doing it for more than 1 year, around for 15 months, we have implemented double review standards or rounds. Yes, we might complain that time is a problem. We actually became more strict and more hard on ourselves, because we say, yes, it is a kind of like a quality principle. So reviewers have an answer, and we send the observations, the comments, and we get it back. I Up until the 2020 to 2021, well, the editor gave us back, and that he made a few, changes and management, and then stylistic proofreader was next. The person that should evaluate this is the same reviewer that made the observations or the comments. Yes, so he can say, yes, I can validate, or I agree with these observations that I made to the author, actually, made something about it, which is a very important point. Yeah, this is something important that you mentioned, or what Valdian mentioned, that it began because they're asked you to do this, because it is something they want. So sometimes editorial entities have this idea that, well, they ask the editor a lot of indices in this database, and it's kind of like a priority over there, the job of the editor. Because of this issue, the knowledge, the practices on this, well, yes, being persistent, bosses that are being persistent, and makes this a mess, right? I don't know what's your opinion about this. Any response to this?
Pero Vila.
I was gonna say that I think not a replicate, but in the same topic of what we're doing right. Was that the question? What do you think that we're doing correctly? If I understand the question.
Yes, but also he mentioned the well, I mentioned that sometimes it becomes a problem because the editors are designed by the faculty dean to carry out this work, and sometimes the main purpose is only to be accepted in an index. So it might carry out lots of issues because they have they lack of the knowledge how to carry out the editorial work, since most editors in the region don't have the knowledge to do this job. So what do you think about both things? What are you doing right? Because we know that you are recent in this domain.
Yeah, so I think when I can't comment on the first part about being assigned without having the training, but I can certainly comment on one perspective that after joining the editorial side, I feel that we're doing terribly wrong, which is not training our PhDs and even MDs to become editors. So this should have been part of our training if this is an important part of academia. So we are poorly training people to be reviewers, but we're also not even getting to the point to train them to be editors. And this is a legit career path that many people could take, and if they knew it was an option and if they had been exposed to, and everyone would be taking advantage of training people to go towards this path, because then we have better trained editors. When they get to the point that they are assigned editors, they had been exposed to that, and they know what the career expects from them. So this is something that we end up being trained as we go. And maybe we should reflect back and think about, should we start having courses during PhD programs about peer review? Yes, and also about being an editor for a journal.
Actually, there are some masters on
Sure.
so it's I think a good strategy to send the editors to university again and receive this training, because it's otherwise is very difficult. And the problem I see is that methodological issues are very important that the editor or associated editors can detect, because this is the most common problem in studies. So you might have a very interesting study, but having methodological issues is sometimes it's not possible to rescue the study. So, and you have no other way to tell the author, well, I'm sorry, the paper should be rejected due to this issue. So,
what are your thoughts in terms of the methodological issues? But what have you been doing right? Because that's a tough question. We're always being asked what are we doing wrong. But the thing is that it is to acknowledge, maybe to check, to review certain things. You might have certain expertise level in certain topics. You can say, well, this is good, this is bad. So maybe the quick question is that is an issue that in this area happens, that editor takes a lot of time to answer to author, and if this actually makes it faster, it might be a good idea. Also, polish what we did, and this is something that they like. That's a very good suggestion, to polish the work, so when goes through peer review, they are going to be pleased to actually review this, because then these are very common issues that are, poorly written, or there's a wrong format, or there's some things missing. So when the editor focuses on polishing the work with the author, it is good for the journal, of course.
con el autor, pues sí es adecuado para la revista, por supuesto, pues.
I don't know if you have any comment. Me, of this idea of what we've done right, I think, is targeting our ego, this, of course. But I think what we've done, international medical students, is to keep ourselves alive. It was such a challenge at the beginning to collect the submissions, and then when the doctor was talking about this new journal and that you're starting, how this editorial tendency, yes, of course, at the very beginning is very difficult. Once we actually made this alliance with University of Pittsburgh and publishing, things changed. The journal got credibility, and of course, right now we have more than 300 active submissions, and it's a lot of work. But this is actually this continuous effort to keep it alive. As I said before, there are a lot of things that are inadvertently happening. In our case, I'm not a martyr, but our journal, 9 of the 10 years, all of the resources to keep it alive came from the pockets of the editors, of the previous editors, of donations, my own pockets, with a lot of effort to get people to donate. In the United States, donations are very big. In our journal, we've never seen those kind of donations, the ones that you dreamed about, similar to the ones that happen in the United States. We had this idea of make this World Conference of American Student Research, because we have this kind of like empty space, that we don't have a platform, a global real platform, so students can present their research. And because we are in this platform, that editorial committee is so big, create a conference, it was just something logical. And in this conference, we are charging $10 to participate, and that has helped us to kind of like alleviate the expenses that the editors and the committee, and what I was actually paying, actually, keep it the journal live has always been this kind of like headache. This, how can we get all of those expenses? And now we are in this point that we actually collected a lot of resources in this conference, so we can pay next year indexing, so we can pay for the conversion of the files to HTML, and we actually did it. And that's what I want to celebrate with you, because we have gotten to this point where the journalist actually keeps itself alive, and not because the editor-in-chief is actually paying the small amount of money that he has in this journal. The first thing that comes to my mind, there are practices that happen here, to have pharmaceutical finance, but here there's a big but, because then the editorial independence gets compromised. Luckily, for instance, one journal here in Guatemala, they pay everything. The pharmaceutical pays everything. If they don't affect the editorial independence, then you can have these kind of alliances. Just to be careful, because these type of companies, we need to know, or get to know very well the contract that we're going to be signing, because you need to be very careful with that. That's an idea. Actually, events are a very good way to gather funds, or maybe certain ads that might not be might not affect the academic material that is published, small ones, or to print it and put certain ads, not a lot of them, but some of them. Another intelligent way is kind of like to make the results popular. I think here the licensing is very important if it is allowed, because there are certain open access licenses that actually don't allow that, and to make it easier and approachable to common people, because we know that the content that is being published is directly for professionals or specialized professionals, and those kind of ways of making science more popular. For instance, in Spain, Punset that had this program, redes or networks, where they had interviews and ads, and thus are other ways that you can get any funds or money. There are a lot of ways. That the main thing is not to compromise this academic independence or editorial independence. Let's go to the last questions, because of time, it's the last question. We're going to skip the following two, and let's go to the last question. What's the perception that your bosses have, or editorial entity of your work? That's an interesting question. Okay, I start. This question that I think is one of the best good feelings that as an editor of 4 journals, our first journal that I was mentioning, it only had ESS, and it was only physical journal, and then we generate the electronic number, and let's go to Latinx. And around 2019, before the pandemic, Latinx was suspended, or this catalog, because they were getting this new methodology out of the Latindex 2.0. So we were finding out, checking. We brought people from Peru, which is our brother country, but we realized that certain indexing in each country had their own particularities, and it was not the same what we're doing our friends from Peru than what we were requested. Once all of the methodology was actually implemented, we started growing. We went to Latindex, which was the first journal, got 26 out of 38, yes, and we keep advancing. We actually qualified to DOA and Cielo, and right now we're applying to Scopus and Science. So that's the other journals started growing, and with this impact that certain years are some fellow editors, that was actually the best feeling of the university authorities. They say, okay, it was what was worth it is that now you have a team, that you have stylistic proofreaders, etc. And I think that's a very, like I said, because it is part of the university in Ecuador, we need to invest as a norm 6% in terms of research, of 6% of the budget of the university, of the budget. So this is actually for the research and the editorial part. All of these aspects, they add that to that 6%. So we have handled in this way, and I think is something very good. It's this good feeling that the authorities have said that is something positive. We have 4 journals. The following 2 journals got 38 out of 38, because we are more experienced. We know what kind of adjustments to do. This is a learning curve, like I mentioned, that we have been struggling with. Yes, we publish the numbers. If this it is published on the day that we said. If it's the 10th, on the 10th, we're going to be doing on that day. We have a very commitment team that is very important, and all of these achievements, it's from all of the team, or every member of the team, and that team that is, and that we said we're going to be publishing on a Sunday, we do it, and technicians and everyone is working, yes, it's ready, and that's how we've been doing. I think that teamwork and being very strict, the university has been going with this journal step by step, but very, very firm steps, and guaranteeing quality, because we don't want to get there and they are charging for, like Dr. Francisco said, that these kind of situations happen, and of course, one sooner or later they're going to be we're going to find out about this, and it's not very ethical, and we publish what we need to publish. At the beginning, we had a rejection number of 10 and 15%. Right now, on our first journal is 56%. Sometimes we might have seen 16%. An important topic, serial inbreeding. We normally are allowed 20%, 30, 70, but we have this research plan of publication for every professor, and we know that they're going to be published in certain conferences in different journals, and we are guaranteeing that quality. And we try zero inbreeding, and we are very proud of this, and the authorities are very proud of this, and that's why they continue supporting us. And just to finish in these last 50 seconds, something important, what Dr. Francisco mentioned, Dr. Humberto, we have created a course of indexing scientific journals, and we're in the third edition, where the tutors are experts in each indexing. They are experts in OJS, and maybe it's not, we have accomplished this aspect, and more than about the money, it's about this visibility strategy, and this has given us the guarantee of other universities that actually taking this course that we implemented. Thank you. Any reply or any comment? The perception when we do not do the indexing is maybe the pressure that we might feel, but in the United States, con the Lancet, they have this editorial independence, and the editor can actually has a voice in the decisions that they take. I don't know what are your thoughts.
Yes, for us, this is a very clean-cut decision. So we refrain from any thing that could potentially make our decisions not independent. And the fact that we're not affiliated with the university helps. So our editorial decisions are completely independent. And that's also because we do have an internal conflict of interest policy that's very strict, especially for opinion pieces and papers that are not original research, also to help the editors to refrain from any non-transparent decisions.
Exactly. I think the conflict of interest are very important to disclose. They are not bad, but I think it's very important to disclose them, because might create very important issues in any kind of context, including the editorial domain. So, but we highly admire how, for instance, conducting clinical trials, this is so regulated, or working or supervising clinical research is so strict on this thing. So I think we admire quite a lot how these journals, so for instance, the Lancet has this policy and practice well implemented. So I think when you have this kind of conflict, so you step down on the revision that you're doing, and you can, or the editor-in-chief can decide the best solution for this issue. So, but the problem is that the editorial team members don't disclose this information. So, because maybe they are afraid that there will be negative consequences to them. So, I don't know.
Dr. Bonilla, what are your thoughts? Thank you. Well, we have this particular situation that my bosses are the editorial board. We are published by the University of Pittsburgh. We work with medicine students to publish their abstracts books, but we are an independent organization, and that's been an issue because we would like the one of the medical student association that they could support the journal. For instance, the International Federation of Medical Students Association, for example. Nevertheless, this organization is not focused on research because that's why we haven't been able to approach them. So we continue with our own path with these independent journals and with the values that we have implemented since the beginnings. The founding members are still part of the editorial committee, and that's how can we guarantee the journal stability. Nevertheless, the editorial committee is very happy with what we do. Is at the end is just to help science, or is what we believe that we're doing, helping training, then following editors or the following group of generations of writers. And at the beginning, it was us. Dr. Aguilera was lucky that she was in El Saver, so she knows what they're doing because there's a certain path to get to those indexing. And University of Pittsburgh is in charge of that. Before, we were the ones that we were kind of like handling all of the red tape. So it was something else to do, another responsibility that it was indexing and how to do it and why. When we got to them, among the things that they did, to cut where we were indexed, because you don't know, but there are certain indexes index that are predatory. For instance, there's one in India that might ask you, what is your IPI factor? If you pay $100 a year, you might have this, and this is funny, but we actually we did it once. We actually paid that because we wanted to know what kind of impact we had. Yes, of course, when we get to the university, they say, this is a red flag, you are part of this index, and that's predatory, and it looks like predatory. Yes, of course, we got out of there. But when we were learning, it was a process where we were independent and we were learning. I think that's a very admirable effort that OpenCiencia does in gathering editors of journals, and this should escalate to events where editors of these journals, we could have a more open space to talk, so we can actually where we can be happy about what's happening, because I actually like to defend of the open science and of open science, and I feel that a few not long ago, there was an editorial in Nature that talked about APCs and how the publishers, they hide behind the work that they do, that we do for free, for instance, in the elevated cost of APC, and of course in the lack of knowledge on how that criteria works, in telling, oh, you have a discount and you don't have. Oh yes, if I'm from Colombia and I don't have funding, you get this amount of discount. Yes, that's great, but at the end, but you have to pay. But sometimes it's difficult. I have articles that have published in open access, and it has been a lot of effort because we need to collect money so we can send that in order to pay to be published. It is complicated. So
Entonces, pues yo
I actually
aplaudo
applaud your effort,
aplaudo
the effort that OpenCiencia does. More spaces and more
estas son
discussions like these ones are
necesarias
necessary, and thank you for inviting us. I think that the point that we can recall the presentation Tom Mulhiku in open access journals in the European Union. They have put them as a reference in more than 20% of the journal with immediate open access. And it's complicated because we can understand not to pay double because the research at the very beginning was financed with public resources. So if the research did everything with all of this money, what do we need to pay again? That's something that is actually reasonable. The directions of paywall to open access is, and then we have these hybrid journals that have certain journals in open access, but it is complicated because the situation of how can we fund these processes? That's the difficult part. I think that we can find ways, more creative ways to find funding without damaging or without paying double for the taxes to publish that was already financed by public resources. And we don't see this as something bad, the APCs as, APCs per se. There's a reason that they exist. There are certain open access journals that actually use them, but we have that dilemma about the payment. I don't think there is a very important topics to discuss that we should continue discussing with all of the different editors in different journals. The next event we would like to invite Nature's editor. That we already know who is that person, and in another event she participated, and we're going to invite her that is part of Nature, so we can continue talking about these topics because it's very important, and to see solutions that could help fix problems in the region, especially in terms of how research is organized. How can we publish? How can we manage? How editorial entities manage this? So it's good that we get to know more about how to organize. We continually carry out these events because it's we give added value to cross-reference services. We also want to see the positive impact of the editorial work in the research projects that are being published. But of course, I will tell Dr. Bonilla is not the the job of the editors to educate research on how to do research. I think that's what the universities need to do, and that's we need to and that's something that we need to address. If you can actually help over there, that's good. But I think that everyone should focus on fixing those issues and polishing the works, and this because that's what is important to actually improve in the different areas and disciplines, and this is like a priority. Focusing more on the responses to the studies or partial or total studies, but to emphasize more on this because that actually helps to different disciplines and areas, and that's important. This idea that, as I mentioned, to have a a good circle with companies, with government, because in the United States they do a lot of investment in research, 30,000% more than in Guatemala, and we have more than 1,500 researchers. And here in Guatemala we only have 3 for every 100,000 people, and it is, we actually envy them how they have done it over there. And of course they still complain, but they can see all of the good things that they already have, and that's important to enhance that and to work as a team with other editors in the regions so we can find these solutions to these problems. Well, thank you very much. We are going to be finishing this event, this roundtable, in terms of time. We went a little bit over time. We actually are thank you for everything. We thank you all for this, for being here today, and we will see in future events. Next year we will have of the peer review publications, issues in this aspect. In 2025, we would like to invite you again to focus on peer review. That's going to be the topic that we're going to be focusing on. Thank you very much to the OpenCiencia team, Gabi and Leah. We are thankful for you to being here. Thank you and have a nice day.